Morning, friends. Welcome to another brand new day of Texas Sports Unfiltered. Today is Thursday, October 2nd, 2025, the 7 o'clock hour. Once again, it is for 2 hours of chaos theory this morning, getting you ready for a football Friday coming up, a Texas game week coming up again. On the show today, we've got lots to break down. Adam Wagner and I will talk Texas football, realistic expectations. What do you get coming out of the bye week? We'll have some sound from Steve Sarkisian from earlier in the week. We'll also check out the injury report that was released yesterday. Also on the program today, we've got Austin FC. Close, yet so far away. Remember that for a little bit later in the program. Also on the show, our top five, as promised from last week, top five Hall & Oates songs, friends. And of course, you'll be free to chat with us as well on the YouTube, Twitch, Twitter chat line, the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. We'd love to hear from you. Also, it's 2 hours. There's lots to talk about. Thursday night football, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about wide receiver ones, maybe a little game of Go Fish. No strip poker here today, maybe some Go Fish as we talk about those elite diva wide receivers. And then, of course, the MLB playoffs. 3 out of 4 ain't bad. That should be a song. 4 series, only one is done. We got a lot of 1-1 that is happening. Break down all of that and more, and keeping with tradition of what's been going on the program this week. Yes, indeed, there will be a Florida man story. So we'll have that for you as well. Again, feel free to check in with us anytime on the chat lines. We'd love to hear from you. You guys are an important part of the show. And the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Adam Wagner will be joining me here shortly. Good morning, everybody. Yes, thank you for checking in early with us. And again, this is just today. So it's, BK is a very religious fella. So he's got to take care of his obligations right there. So that's why Wags and I pop in over at the 7 o'clock hour. And he and Bucky will be back tomorrow. And just a programming note coming up in the 9 o'clock hour in the slot that Wags and I are usually in. That will be our man, Steven from Fanatic Perspective. He will be checking in as well from 9 to 10. And then, of course, Jordan, Lone Star Playbook coming up at 10. So everything normal from today on, just this morning, these first 2 hours of what's going to be a little bit different. Texas and Florida. So here we go. Texas on the road to head to the swamp to get set to take on the Florida Gators. And very much a Florida Gators program that a very restless fan base, possibly a coach on the hot seat. It's just a team that is absolutely going the wrong way after some pretty high expectations when the season started, as everybody has. Huge expectations, and talking about the different nuances there with Florida and DJ Lagway. And we mentioned this the other day. There he is. Good morning, Wags. We mentioned
about that.
We mentioned this the other morning, where DJ Lagway is just kind of a one in a list of college football quarterbacks where, this massive expectation that we saw at the beginning of the season just hasn't quite gotten there yet. And hell, we have one here. So we know exactly what's happening there. But so as we get into this, Wags, are you?
It seems like a few programs around. Not just you, but like some of a few of the marquee programs have been underperforming, right out of the gate, or at least in the first quarter of the season, right?
And with the quarterbacks, it really is. I mean, Arch included. I mean, Arch at the top of the list, to where it's like I think
he's had the number one spotlight on him too, right? Like,
yeah. It's these guys that you really expected huge things out of,
right?
I mean, that are the ones that are getting a lot of the scrutiny right now. So as Texas heads to Florida with this bye week, and again, here I am being optimistic again. I'm thinking I don't think we see any rust. I think we see things kind of tweaked up and taken care of. That fast start that we've been looking for, I think we get it. Or am I being delusional again?
I mean, well, one, like after you've seen what you've for Florida, after we've seen the tape on Florida for now, like a good month, and thinking that their offense is going to sputter, the first thing, it's Murphy's Law is, the first thing out of the gate, they'll hit like a 70-yard scamper on us, or something will fire off on all cylinders for them. It just Murphy's Law, something bad will go wrong for the Longhorns right out of the gate, right? No, but their defense has not struggled, right? They've been on the field a lot because their offense has underperformed, or they just have not, been efficient, and they've sputtered and kind of, stalled out on drives. They don't get off the field long enough to rest, and they're constantly just worn down. That's what I've seen so far in Florida's defense. They're formidable. They're just worn out. The one thing that gives me a lot of concern with Florida is the dual threat quarterback, of course, because of Lagway, right? And in the past, recent years, like Oklahoma has had a mediocre offense or a mediocre team. But the fact that they've had a dual threat quarterback has just given the Longhorns fits. And the Longhorns have had good defenses in those times too, right? But the fact that if you get isolated in the middle of the field and you can't make an open field tackle, that's going to come back and bite you in the ass, because it's probably 20, maybe, especially with a guy like Mateer. Now, if Mateer doesn't play, and of course that's a couple weeks down the road, but still, I'm just giving you a little bit of vision here on how I feel with a dual threat quarterback, right? Like DJ Lagway is the same way. So the Longhorns will be tested a couple of weeks in a row with some high caliber quarterbacks here. This is the start of one, and hopefully they better be ready for it, because if they're not ready and shored up the middle of that field, it's just gonna be gashers of 20, maybe 25 yards, in chunk plays and big plays. We all know about what happens when you have a chart of big plays or chunk plays that just happen with you all throughout the game. You usually end up victorious.
And you've mentioned this a lot of times too, to where I think that this week, I mean, certainly something that I want to see, because this is your true first test, I guess, since Julian's saying, where you've got to get pressure on the quarterback. You've got to get more pressure on the quarterback. It looked like you were going in that direction. Again, you consider the competition that you played the last time you were on the field, but here's your test.
How many total sacks do the Longhorns at? Like 7 around there? How many total sacks?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a low number for one thing. A guy that said he wanted
single digits, though, right? Like it's single digits, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's definitely single digits. But so I think this is your test right here, because it's going to bring out the best. It's going to bring out the best in DJ Lagway. I mean, the dude's from Willis, Texas.
Yeah, everybody gets up for Florida. Not Florida. Everybody gets up for Texas.
Yeah. So
it's people's Super Bowl, man.
That's exactly right. And you're getting them in your own place. And they're thinking that they're probably saying the same shit over there that we're talking about Florida down here, to where it's like Texas hasn't lived up to expectations yet. They're vulnerable. If we can rush their passer, if we can shut down their running attack, they're going to struggle in the pass. So they're thinking.
I'm sure there's bulletin board material all over the place. So
yeah. Sark earlier in the week, his introductory press conference on Monday. Here's what he had to say, breaking down Florida.
They're an excellent defensive front, and Sapp is a heck of a player and had a great year last year. They've got a really good depth on their front, and they're big. They are not the most, play on an edge, penetrating defense. They two-gap you, and they do that intentionally because he likes to play. They play with a lot of split safety looks, and they're a veteran secondary, and so they can make things really muddy in the secondary. They can force a quarterback to hold the ball, and then that's where the pressure can get there. And so, the key to the drill is we got to maintain the line of scrimmage. We got to run the ball well, and then if we can get them out of some of that too high shell look where they're doubling receivers and doing things, because, Ryan, a ton of respect for Ron Roberts, their defensive coordinator. He's been doing it a long time at a really high level. And so they're not built necessarily to always just sack the quarterback. They're built to really guard your receivers and then make the pocket feel small on the quarterback. And so, hopefully we can get them out of some of that stuff. We'll see how that goes, and then try to attack them as best we can, and find some opportunities for some one-on-ones down the field. Okay. They're an excellent defensive front.
Here's one thing.
Sapp is a heck of a player.
Turn it down. Thank you. So here's the thing, right? First and foremost, he talked about the two gap and or the shell as well, right? And how do you get them out of that? So for me, it feels like there's going to be a lot of or probably a heavy dose of Trey Wisner right out of the gate, I would think, right? Or at least establishing some type of domination inside of the trench warfare or inside of the trenches, right? If he's talking like this going into this game and he is foreseeing a tough, formidable defense and a veteran secondary, right? I don't want him coming out and having a scripted playbook or 2 series of Arch, just dialing it up and trying to find Livingstone or Wingo, 40 or 20 yards down the field and trying to test the defense that early. I want some boring football. I want some traditional football. Come out, lean on the run, establish the run, and start winning the trenches and dominating the trench warfare there, and start pushing 3-4 yards per pop down the line. And then who knows, maybe after that, once the defense gets worn down just a little bit and you start developing a little bit of a play action there and you get the defense on the heels, then we start experimenting with the playbook, right? And start testing out that secondary. But from what I'm hearing, Sark, it seems like they got a game plan, or they understand how the Florida defense is so far, right? And they have a decent, or it sounds like they have a decent plan of attack, and I hope that's going to be ground and pound and FedEx Ground Express, if you will, man. What's up, guys? We see you. Welcome in, everybody, man. We'll be saying hi to you guys if you all come in here. It's great to have you guys on a 2-hour episode.
Yeah, how about that? We don't have to rush today. It's like little coffee, just kind of settle in. Wish I had a cigar, man. If I had a cigar, be perfect.
I don't. I see that sounds cool, man, but I don't smoke in the house.
No,
so,
no.
Like that was I don't know. And also, like, I just don't like this. I don't like the smell of smoke inside of my house, right? Like, I don't mind like being in a bar or being around like smoky places or whatever, but I just, for the life of me, I think it's because I grew up with smokers, cigarette smokers in my house, right? And I remember we had my grandparents had wallpaper too. It wasn't paint and had wallpaper.
You can't get that shit out of the walls, man.
Oh, it was gross, man. And we had this clock that would sit up on the wall. It wasn't like a grandfather clock, but it was a clock. It was, an old clock that would, had a cuckoo bird, whatever, right?
How'd it go?
It had a cuckoo every top of the hour, right? But it wasn't like one of those old grandfather clocks. I'm trying to explain and articulate this clock to you guys here, man. But yeah, the cigarette smoke, it would turn the wallpaper would go on white. Yeah. And you would take the clock off and it would just be yellow. And I remember thinking to myself, Jesus, I'm never smoking a cigarette. Now, of course, I did eventually smoke a cigarette, right? But man, that was really good influence to not smoke growing up. And I remember just being on my clothes, you know what I mean? Like going to school and being on my clothes. And
that's the one.
Like, man, do you smoke a cigarette? I'm like, no, I don't smoke, man. And having, my grandma, dude, cup of coffee, didn't matter if it was 9 p.m. at night. She just always had coffee on, right? And just smoke a cigarette. All of my grandma, man. That's all. For the life of me, dude, I cannot smoke cigarettes or be around cigarettes inside. It's just weird. And yeah, I see some of the comments. Weed doesn't stick like that. Or you just get yourself some ozone or not ozone. What do they call it? I know O'Reilly's has them. Ozium.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is that still stuff there? The Ozium,
right? Still got it. It's right up in the front. But
that they had that shit back in the 70s, and it worked so well they've kept it, brother. But they haven't even rebranded it, man.
You can't get rid of that. But it's that's the thing for me where it's like, I mean, I like cigars, even though now, well, I haven't tried a cigar. I've got a brand new cigar sitting on my bedside table that I haven't taken yet.
What do you enjoy about a cigar? Serious question.
I think just the action,
the celebratory cigar. What do you enjoy about it?
I feel like I've accomplished something if I've got a cigar in my mouth. It's like a special. I've done something spectacular.
So it's an oral fixation for you. So you need.
I love oral.
You need yourself a pacifier. You need to suckle on something.
I need something in my mouth.
Something to suckle on. I got you.
I need that fire hose in my mouth.
in or around your mouth, and you will
Yeah.
feel some type of accomplishment. Is that what you're telling me?
That's what
I'll
it
be
is.
right. I will be right over, buddy.
There it is right there. But it's like, it's what you're saying, where I hate it when it's like, even when you go to like a restaurant, let's say you're going like out on the for an evening on the town, and you go somewhere and you go eat early in the evening, you go eat at 6 or 7 in the morning, or in the afternoon, and your clothes smell like that place that you went to, and all night you got to smell it.
Like especially if you go to like a Tex-Mex spot, right?
That's
We're doing
exactly
fried
what I'm talking
tortillas
about.
or fajitas and stuff like that. I mean, you come out smelling like where we used to go to on 360 all the time.
Vaqueros.
You go to the Cowboy spot, man, and you come out smelling like food, bro. You come out smelling like the grill.
Well, it's like when they come in there, they're like, they bring the fajitas, and the fajitas are smoking on fire.
Scorching. It's on fire.
Yeah, you're gonna smell like that, and it's I can't, and that's the same thing with the cigarette smoke, man. I don't, but like it is like that old wood paneling that you used to have on the wall. You like hit that shit and smoke. It's like
just wafts off of it.
Mosquito repellent flying out of your own walls, man.
Yeah, no, man, pass on that one, buddy. Pass on that one. No smoke in the house. No cigarettes.
No cigars. No cigars on the show.
So I mean, so for me, I don't even really get like much joy off of the cigar. I'd much rather cut the damn thing up. Like, people say they can taste and they enjoy like the tobacco leaf or the cigar tobacco leaf, like a Cuban, right? Like, I don't think I've ever had a real Cuban, so I wouldn't appreciate the tobacco leaf, right? Or I wouldn't be able to tell if it's a good tobacco or if it's a good quality cigar or not. Like, you could put my point is, you could put a $50 cigar in front of my face and a Philly blunt, right? And I wouldn't know the difference if I wasn't visualizing it, right? Like, if I didn't see like the quality and the value of the dollar right there. Like, I couldn't tell by taste. And probably half the time it's because I'm cutting the guts out of the damn thing and putting something else in the damn tobacco leaf there. But still, it's just weird. Like, I've never even bothered tasting a cigar. Like, you don't inhale a cigar, do you? Like, you don't.
Yeah, just kind of.
Yeah, I guess my point is you don't get a buzz or
you don't do what you do with weed.
Correct.
It's more like smoking a cigarette.
You don't utilize it like you utilize marijuana.
That's right. It's not fully functional, but great call right there from Jason, where it's like, I mean, the bowling alley. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. Now with the bowling alley, I'm cool with the smoke, like the way it like Westgate Lanes was and Highland Lanes, and I mean, now that's all right there. But a cigar, if you hand me a cigar that's in a glass vial, I mean, it can be from 7-Eleven, or it can be from the Cuban.
I don't know the value of it.
Yeah.
I can't tell you.
If it's in a glass vial, it's fancy to me. I only know cigars and Swisher Sweets. If you hand me a Swisher Sweet, it's like, okay, that's not a fancy cigar.
I know Perfectos. I know eggplants, Black and Milds, Swisher Sweets, like you just called, Philly Blunts. But Philly Blunts being like the backwoods style, man. The backwoods style that hit a little harder than most, but man, already off and on one here on a chaotic Wednesday. My gosh, no, it's Thursday. We have a day late dollar short, amigo. We got a lot on the slate to do. We got a top five.
Got a top five,
dude. So I was jamming out. I stayed up way past my bedtime, as a matter of fact, especially if we're doing like a 7 a.m. show. Like, I looked up, I was jamming out around like, I was talking to Beaverlands Jason probably around like 10:30, 11 o'clock. And that's when I started to like really get into like the rabbit hole of 80s music and the Hall & Oates music and everything like that. And I mean, I had planned on watching Winning Time. Like, I wanted to get through season 1 of Winning Time. Like, I wanted to finish season 1 and get through and kind of burn this thing out, so I wasn't watching it on the weekend, right? No, I was listening to 80s music almost all night. Of course, stepping outside and seeing what's in the middle of those Philly blunts or whatever, but just walking out there, getting in the car.
I did it early.
Myself a little concert night with the Hall & Oates, man. And
I knew that would happen. I knew that would happen, so I did it
how
early.
much they dominated
Oh, dude.
the 80s, dude.
So
Like,
many.
not so much. I mean, yacht rock, sure, but it's one thing to sit here and say, like, 80s music, had a lot of pop or whatever. You want to talk about the kings of pop? It could potentially be, or arguably, the Hall and Oates, dude. Like,
Yeah.
they have hits every up
Yeah.
and down the. I could
Yeah.
12, at least 12 hits. Right?
Yeah.
At least 12 hits.
And you'll see, like, when we get to that, I mean, a lot of mine, it's like, it's not what you think. I mean, it's not, because you can, I mean, that's a group where you can sit here and you can just rattle off 8, 9, 10 songs of theirs. Boom, 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 boom.
And then other songs that you've heard before, but didn't know that or don't know the actual title of the
Exactly.
soundtrack, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to that experiment. That should be something pretty cool.
Yeah, we got a little bit of Hall, and then we got to, I guess, I don't know. I still don't know how we're going to be able to make Go Fish really out of this with the wide receiver ones. But I'm very curious to see this experiment and kind of, see how this game's going to unfold and play out here. So those of you guys that don't know what we're doing, we kind of explained a little bit of the breakdown yesterday, right? Like, everybody knows the QB ones, right? Everybody's having that conversation. All your national pundits are having that conversation. But we started to have a really good conversation on Cortland Sutton on Monday, and it kind of drove me down this rabbit hole of solidified, bona fide wide receiver ones, right? Like, because some wide receiver ones on one squad or a team would not work on another team, right? Like case in point, a Romeo Dobbs might be the wide receiver one on the Green Bay Packers, but if you remove him and place him in a environment or a situation like an LA Rams locker room or a Seattle locker room, is he a number one? And so that's how I started getting this idea of, no, that guy doesn't work here, so go fish, right? But I don't know how we're going to work like the selection field, like the selection pool, you know what I mean? Because it's like, you can't, we kind of know what we have in each other's hands, right? The thing about Go Fish is, like, I don't know that you have that. That's why I'm telling you or asking you the question if you have it in your hand or not. So
Dobbs would be great in Arizona with short Kyler Murray, because Kyler Murray'd be able to see him with that big ass head. Doesn't matter how tall he is, Kyler would be able to see that head
dangling around that. But no, it's been a fun little exercise going down and seeing all, especially compiling like all the stats from the first quarter of this season, right? And you see some of the wide receivers that are on the stat list, and you're like, Jesus, where'd this guy come from?
That's what I found. It's like, that dude's that high.
Like Quentin Johnson, you're going to tell me that Quentin Johnson's a top 5 wide receiver?
Dude. I was like I was going to multiple places. I'm like, okay,
to double check that, the double source
right.
to be like, this cannot be right. Like, the interns at ESPN got this wrong somehow.
Right. Yeah. So, yeah, no, that'll be fun. That'll be a lot of fun to do that. Right. Quick back over to where you were talking about with Texas.
And that's the other thing too. We have a lot of Texas sound.
Yeah.
So first hour will probably be heavy on the Texas sports and stuff like that.
Yeah. The injury report. Injury report, I guess is what they call it. So that was out yesterday. CJ Baxter doubtful, which
sure I expected that, right? And I don't think you need to rush him back, especially if Trey's coming back too. So, how much reluctancy or how much pause do you have rolling out Wisner, right? Like, because you did once. I'm a big fan of silver lining, right? You did get to see a little bit of the supplement at the running back room, right? Like, you got to see a little bit of Simon. You got to see Clark, tote the rock a little bit too, and a little bit of the dispersion there. How do you feel? Like, do you ride the bell, or excuse me, do you just absolutely tote the rock, maybe 80% of the payload for Wisner here?
Yeah, this is
it sounds like they're gonna run.
Yeah,
based off of what we heard.
Time. Yeah, I think if you really needed to, you could have had him the last 2 games, but this is what you have him for, and he's the king of that room right now, and I think it is. I mean, it's solely on him at this point. You just supplement with those other guys, and that is the thing where in the last 3 games. I really wish some other guys would have gotten more time, but you just weren't in that situation. But you did. Your running backs did get a chance, even though it was through attrition.
Right. That's the bad. That's the shitty thing about it. Like, it came from attrition, or you wish you would have been able to just have like the 55, cupcake land games to where, all right, let's tote this dude out. We got to see a good, healthy performance of 15 totes in a good 75 yards of this guy. Let's get another 75 yards from this dude. From this other guy too. Yeah, that's the optimist, the win-win, the best case scenario, right? But of course you're going to deal with, attrition and adversity, like you mentioned. So
yeah, I love this right here. I mean, this is a great, I'm assuming the running game. Yeah. You just
let's impose our will. And that's it too, right? Like, and you heard Sark kind of flirt with this idea and mention it in the first, snippet that we heard from Sarkisian. And if you're just joining us, we'll try and get back to it in the second hour, try and replay a little bit of the audio that we played in the first hour here. But we talk about identity. Like, identity's been, the buzzword that's been thrown around here in the past couple of weeks too, right? Like, what's the
lack of it?
lack of it, or questioning the identity of the Texas offense here. This would be a really good game to establish that identity, or find that identity. And a good way to do that is to lean on this, formidable defensive front four here that the Florida Gators have, and insert your will and have an attitude for this offensive line, and just go out and that's where it kind of starts for me, right? Just go out there and kick the shit out of the opposition in the trenches and establish it and get down to business there. And from that moment, you kind of just build off of that, right? You start in the trenches and just kind of move, inside to out, look inside, from within to out, right? Inside out. Once you do that, you take care of inside of the tackles with Trey Wisner and everything, start building off of that play action, and then start to unleash and let it rip on the outside and and on the edges there. I would like to see some type of like misdirection and end around stuff, but not predictability with the play calling with Trey Wingo, right?
Let that compliment
Ryan Wingo.
Yeah,
Trey Wingo from the broadcast booths of ESPN is going to come down from the rafters and run around the end there.
Yeah. And that's, I'd love to see this offense. I mean, there have been, look, I'm not one to give the Cowboys a lot of credit right now, but you look at the Eagle game and you look at the Packer game, that offense has played with intent. I mean,
desperation almost, right? Like, at least they're trying to figure out something, right? They're just not going with the lethargic, 1.5 yards here, 2 yards there, in the safe place. Like, they're trying, like, this isn't working clearly. Let's try and figure out something and go against, instead of going against the grain, let's go with the flow.
Yeah, I love what Shotty did this past week. Not to go off on this, but it kind of
it correlates. I understand it. It'll
offense. I mean, what did they do on Sunday night? Is there, you had the concern with Micah being so fast off of the edge. What do? Dak doesn't hold the ball very long.
Right.
It's like, boom, boom, boom. I mean, it's and the intent part of this that I'm talking about is like the offensive line in those 2 games, they're winning battles that they probably shouldn't win. Where it's like you've got a better dude across the way from you, but the offense is built or set in that moment for you to win. And that's what I want to see here. And I think that goes specifically through the ground game. And it is Wisner. And Sark talked about Wisner. Again, Wisner is he will be on the field. He will be on the field.
Who I mean, before we break down the rest of the injury list here, or the injury chart, I also wanted to point out, like, when you come out and you establish the attitude and you start winning in the trenches, you don't have to rely. And I know Sark's big on this, right? He loves coming out in the beginning of the game and getting his quarterback into a rhythm, right? Mm-hmm. Even if it's the small plays or the small intermediate routes, to where there's just a type of rhythm and connectivity and rapport that's built up or starting to get built up with the wide receivers and the quarterback, right? That's great. I absolutely love that. But that can also lead to a lot of 3-and-outs, or some quick 3-and-outs, and give Florida the ball in a short field, potentially, right? that's why I'm not trying to beat a dead horse here and rely on traditional football, but based off of the sound that we heard from Sarkisian, if the attitudes or if the offensive line can come out and play with a little bit of an attitude and establish a run built off of that, and then or have your pass built off of that run, I just that's more of a better avenue of approach going into a week where the defense has been known for their hostility up front and their veteran savviness in the secondary. I'll say that. It's like you mentioned too, right? It's the best defense that we played since week 1.
Yeah, you can. I mean, people can term it however they want to term it. Boring football,
Sure.
whatever. And I totally get that right now with these days of the pass happy offense and all that. But when you come out and control the line of scrimmage and establish the running game,
if you're gonna do that, bore me to death, bro.
Yeah, man. It makes your day so much easier, right? As a play caller, if you
knowing that you can go left or right, it doesn't really matter. You have domination, in throughout the tackles and on the edge, right? That's where do you feel like, because Sarkisian said this too, like they're not that dominant on the edge. Like if you can get to the edge, you can kind of, take a little bit of, the advantage or the or exploit the vulnerability that Florida has there, right? Like they're stout in the middle, but they do have a couple of holes to the edge. So how do you feel like they're going to get maybe some quick screens out there to take advantage of that?
I think that and utilize your tight ends,
because we haven't really seen the quick screen game yet.
No, you really haven't, and that may be. I think that we see some other nuances this week. I think there's still going to be some stuff in the bag for OU, but I think we start seeing probably Wingo utilized.
I would love that. I would
right.
That's what I've been asking for that. Like I've asked Flo to bring that cup of tea to me or that cup of Joe to me a few times this week or this year, and Flo hasn't brought that to my
Come
table.
on, Flo.
So hopefully Flo brings that.
Come on, Flo. What are you doing?
Come on, Flo. Florence.
Kiss my grand. Kiss my grand.
Loop. You got to take the loop off, the repeat off of it.
Yeah, I'll take it off. It's early, man. But no, that's the thing right there to where I do. I think we're going to see some things. I think there are going to be points of the game where people will say, damn, I hadn't seen that all year. Where'd that come from?
And that's a good thing too, right? Because we also kind of talked a little bit about that, right? Like, why is the offense sputtering or looking so out of place or, without rhythm, or out of sync, you know what I mean? Against in cupcake land. Like it's been a very worrisome thing now. And hopefully, we've rested and lied on the notion that maybe he's holding a couple of things close to the vest or close to the chest, right? And we're not putting that all on full display because we want to wait until we're getting into SEC country and conference play here. But I mean, if you're pulling the halfback passes or the the end around reverses here coming right out of the gate at Florida, and you're wasting all of it on the first part of SEC play, and I would say one of the, I don't want to call Florida one of the worst teams in the SEC. They're down right now, but also like you got to look at Florida's schedule too. Like, when does Florida have a chance to take a breath and bounce back and get a break here, right? Especially now, like after this, or after Miami, I would think so.
Yeah. Those guys, it's like you just keep coming back and getting punched in the face. It's Sark there talking about
wave after wave after wave.
Yeah,
a week for the Gators, dude.
It's like when he's talking about the defensive coordinator there in that cut. I'm like, is that going to be like the interim coach here before the end of the season for Florida? I mean, it's just it's a lot. It's a lot. Yes, and kind of to that point that you're talking about, and I was thinking about this the other day, to where we've talked about the sputtering Texas offense, and then the different things with Arch Manning, the footwork and missing throws,
timing, sure.
A lot of that could be because this Sark offense is built on speed. It's built on being fast, and they really have
speed, timing
on this thing
for sure. Like a lot of motion with Sark's offense too. So
yeah, it's like
moving parts, man.
It's like speed limit 75 and they've been driving the double nickel is what the offense looks like. So I think if we see more rhythm, a lot of those things may fix themselves. But yeah, with Oklahoma playing Kent State this week, I don't think that you can go out there and again, not to look past Florida, but you can't get out there and you can't show everything. I mean, you can't give them everything you got because I think there are going to be those moments of, damn, that's a cool play. Hadn't seen that. I hadn't seen that formation. So
hoping, hopefully it's only like one or two that, you see, hopefully what the stuff that we do see is what the things that we've been rolled out or our eyes have been on display for the past month now. And the thing that's different is the efficiency, right? You're sticking on a block, 2 seconds longer, or you're firing off the ball and plowing, the trenches, 3 or 4 yards down the field and sticking on blocks. Like to me, or 8 hats flying to the ball constantly, right? Not relying and waiting on someone else to make a play. That would be my biggest criticism over the past 3 weeks, or, while we were dabbling in cupcake land, is like, you knew that someone out there was going to make the play because of the opposition, or I guess the situation that you were in, right? I didn't see a lot of the hustle plays that we were used to seeing, the Longhorns provide in key moments or big type of ball games there, right? Like you didn't really see that I don't want to call it desperation, because there's no reason to be desperate, but just that guttiness, right? That willingness to fight, honestly, right? Like I didn't see that inspiration to fight, or that will to fight. It's kind of like you knew what the outcome was going to be, and you played with your dinner until it got cold, and then you just like, all right, fine, like we'll put it in a microwave real quick and we'll eat it.
It's just not a lot of urgency, right?
Right,
and
exactly. Thank you. Like not so much sense of urgency, not a lot of urgency going through.
And that's a coaching thing. I mean, they coach them up, but again, I mean, it did really seem like at times in that 3-game stretch around where it's like, we're just kind of here. But I think a lot of people relax a little bit more if, let's say, Texas comes out in the first quarter and jumps out leading 20-0 against Florida. I think that relaxes a lot of people.
A little bit of reprieve, a little bit of fresh air, like you can take a breath, right? But yeah. I don't think it's going to go like that.
No, like, I don't think so either. But that's where you're going to have that. Oh, there it is.
I'll be cool with what I would like to see first is a nice 7 to 8 play drive, run 5-6 minutes off the clock. And even if I would love coming away with 6, right?
6.
Love coming away with 7 on the board after that. But even if it's 3, even if it's a field goal, as long as you are able to march down the field, get some chunk plays, for here and there, and insert your will and start to wear down that opposition's front line and their defense, right? Start to build off of what you're going to do in the latter portion of the game. But you establish dominance on the first stanza here, and you start to build off of that, right? You don't again, like, I don't need 6. I would love 6. I don't need 6. But even if you get to 3 and you start to wear down and start to, show the type of production that you're going to provide on Saturday, I'm cool with that, right? Just establish a little bit of productivity and efficiency on the offense there, and give some type of identity like we've been talking about.
Yeah. And to add to what you're saying right there, what I want to see on that first drive, get in there. I don't want to see. If you hit an 80-yard pass,
if I see 3 I'm gonna throw shit at the TV. I'll be calling Tom for some replacements, right? If I see 3 passes on Saturday right out of the gate, the first 3 plays out of the gate are passes or dropbacks from Arch, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Excuse my language. I'm gonna lose my mind, especially after the sound that we just heard from Sark.
Yeah,
right. How he wants to come out and kind of embrace the run because he knows how dominant that their secondary is going to be.
Yeah. I want to see this offense work its way down, chew up some time, get in the red zone, convert.
Right,
is what I want to see. I'd love to see run about 3 plays in the red zone and score. And ideally, I don't want it to be going for it on fourth down. No, convert on second and third.
Get into the red zone, pick up a fresh set of downs in the red zone, and then work another set of series out or another sequence of plays out, right? And once you get down there and their hands are on their hips, run it, not throw it, run it into the damn end zone, because it matters that much more for the defensive psyche too. So.
Yeah. A good call here. Hashtag Sark After Dark. Yeah. Lead Texas to a win by 1 or 40. No,
it doesn't matter. I want a W at the end of the game, right?
I want a W.
Like first drive, you need to insert your will and establish dominance and find some type of an attitude, right?
Yeah.
Get nasty, get mean.
Control the game. Have that purpose.
Right.
So have that purpose. That's
what other sound we got there, partner?
Let's finish out that injury report.
I was in shit. We only got one name off the injury report there, right?
Kobe Black is questionable.
Okay.
Wisner's questionable. Some dude named Emmett Mosley. I keep hearing about him. I don't know who he is. I haven't seen him. He's questionable. Now that guy, it's like.
And I know that they're listing. I know they're listing Wisner as questionable here, but all signs are showing that Wisner's going to play in the game. Sark even said that Wisner's going to play. So
yeah. So I'm hoping that means the same thing for Emmett Mosley, because I think that can add I guess. Like I said, I've only heard of this guy. I ain't seen shit. Probable Manny Muhammad and Xavier Filsamy. So they'll be there. So if you're probable, you're probably going.
I'm curious why Wisner doesn't have a probable tag on that.
I know, right? Maybe that's some gamesmanship, you think?
Sure.
Yeah. Alex January, not on that. That is very good to see all of that. So you've had a week? You've had over a week to get everybody rested and ready, and to add all the wrinkles.
And Trey's been out for over a month and a half, right? So.
Yeah. So time for him to get after it. So
I don't know. He should be, those delts should be built up, man, after carrying around all that ice and gold that he's got on his neck, bro.
Right? Man,
it looks like Flavor Flav out there. I'm looking for the clock.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That dude have an NIL deal NIL deal with Joe Cohen?
Kendra Scott. I think it's Kendra Scott, right?
Oh, nice. There you go.
No, I'm kidding.
She's getting married. She married who? She married somebody famous.
Tom Herman?
No. That was alleged. They never got to the marriage.
I thought that was a thing. I thought they actually hooked up or whatever.
I think Tom's. Well, I've heard that, but I think
Tom's married. I forgot Tom's married.
Yeah, Tom's married. He's got a handsome woman.
How could I forget about Michelle?
Yeah, I always liked her.
Foggy brain this morning, guys. Foggy brain on this. On this Thursday
Zach
morning.
Brown. Yeah, she married Zach Brown. Is that the chicken fried guy?
No. Is this real? Rex St. Charles, is this real? PE is back? We got some PE in school. Public Enemy is back? Are you telling me? Really? We bring back Chuck and Flav? We're back?
But shit. Bring them to the Super Bowl. Yeah. Let him perform with Bugs Bunny at the Super Bowl.
That's what I'm talking about, man.
Yeah, I'd be
We're
good with that.
bringing back that entourage of old school hip hop and shit. Bring that all back.
There you go.
That collective there. Where do you want to go next? What other sound we got there?
Hey, before we do that, let's talk about our friends at Two Patrick.
Yeah, I'm going to pee real quick. Thank you very much.
Yeah, man. If you're taking the ride to Florida, or if you're just going to go find a spot to check out the Florida game, you want to do that in your Sue Patrick merchandise, the coolest merchandise that you're going to find if you're representing your Texas Longhorns. I've got on my SEC championship baseball cap this morning, courtesy of Jay and the gang over at Sue Patrick. 5222 Burnett Road. Make your way out there. They open up this morning at 9 o'clock. 9:30. I think they open up at 9:30. You can make your way out there, and it's not like going to all these other places where you have to deal with parking garages and all that mess. You just park right out front. Just roll up in there, drive, park, go on in there, and get the coolest Texas merchandise that you're gonna find anywhere. Whether it's a hat, shirts, the ladies' apparel. Every time that I'm in there at Sue Patrick, I find about 4 or 5 things that I want to get for my wife, because it's the best looking stuff that you're going to find, your game day gear or your regular weekday gear, and all the novelty items as well. And don't forget the Jelly Cats. You got the Tyler Campbells. You got all of that cool stuff at Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road, SuePatrick.com. Check out everything there online. You can also do your online orders there at SuePatrick.com. And don't forget, free shipping on all orders over $59. So check them out today at SuePatrick.com. Get that cool merchandise, the best genuine Texas merchandise that you're going to find anywhere in the world, if not in greater parts. SuePatrick.com. Also tell you about our friends at Covert Bee Cave. If you're looking for that brand new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, one spot to go, and it's Covert Bee Cave.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Right. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. OLIPOP. Last night I was a bachelor at the house. Tracy had a thing. So I was fending for myself. Did a little revved up live last night. And after I was done, I threw me in one of them Red Baron pizzas, you know what I mean, in the oven. Had me a little Supreme, and I washed it down with an OLIPOP because I see that pizza and I'm like, oh man, that's going to be so good. And then again, I see that pizza and I'm like, that's probably not the best thing to stick in my body. So I had a soda that is good for me. And you check out your OLIPOP, just cool flavors. I'm really digging the banana cream. That's really good stuff.
Dude, what is going on with us? Are you serious?
You drinking that one too?
I'm not OLIPOP banana cream, but I've been on a banana cream kick.
Yeah, it's you and I. We just love bananas.
Just anything shaped like a banana. I just love sticking it down my gullet. You know me.
Would you call it oral fascination?
Oral fixation, man.
Oral fixation.
You didn't learn about that with Freud and shit back in psychology? You know, why you got a hot dog or why you got a cucumber in your mouth? Who puts a cucumber? Who eats cucumbers just whole like that? Why you got a hot dog or why you got a popsicle? Why you always got one of those in your mouth? It's because you want something else in there. Come here, man.
Oh man, the cherry vanilla, vintage cola, classic root beer. List goes on and on and on. I saw BK the other morning drinking a pineapple paradise with SpongeBob on it, leaving that can upside down outside his door at night, and nobody's showing up. It is OLIPOP. It's soda that is good for you. Don't put that other bad stuff in your body. Check out OLIPOP, and you can find it at your local retailers as well. That's a cool thing now as you get out and about. You don't have to order it online anymore. This soda has gotten so big that you can find it at your local retailers. OLIPOP, check it out today. Be healthy like us, the Texas Sports Unfiltered, because we're just the what's Bucky say, the standard. We're the high standard
around here. We set the standard.
That's right. Yeah, you got banana.
You want to be able to work for us. And the way to do that is if you get yourself some OLIPOP and they're drinking that upside down pineapple flavor that you were just talking about.
Yeah, there it is right there. Yeah, apple crisp. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's not bad.
I had the ginger ale. The ginger ale is a little bit syrupy for me, right? But yeah, the root beer. I think they have a cherry. They got a cherry. Of course, it's cherry cola, but it's like a different fusion of cherry too. Black cherry. I think it was black cherry, not duh. It was black cherry. Anyways, it's OLIPOP. Go ahead and get yourself some.
Yeah,
banana cream. I'm gonna have to come over and try the banana cream, man. I was craving a banana cream Foster, a banana Foster last night too, dude. And actually wanted to go over to Rudy's just for that damn banana pudding, the banana cream pudding that they have. Yeah, shit, I could eat a whole vat of that, dude.
You know, I like just a
vanilla
good.
You know what I'm talking about with the vanilla wafers on top of it?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. I like running over to the old DQ and just getting a good old fashioned banana split, man. It's like with that good.
You know what?
Serve.
I've never really been down with the banana split, right?
Okay, I like that. I like that.
Like my wife gets them all the time. She loves banana splits, but I've never really, cut the banana. Like if you're gonna put the banana in there or banana in my ice cream,
I've been like cereal.
Well, like slice it up. Get like the little quarters or like the little round circles instead of like the long. Yeah, the long. I love myself a long banana. You guys know that, right? I love sticking that banana in my tailpipe. But
I don't want my piece of banana to look like a turd.
Right? You know what I mean? I'd rather have it chopped up in bits or whatever that's blended into the ice.
Like you put in the cereal, like if you're having Wheaties, you chop it all up and put it in like you do little pieces of sausage. Like in gumbo, you chop it all up.
Right, how it blends in, right? It's almost a piece of the flavor and not a piece.
It's mushy. Yeah.
right?
It's a little
And of
mushy.
course, if you put it, you put a little bits and pieces of the banana in the ice cream, it solidifies and freezes up a little bit.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Deep fried banana pudding. Yeah. State Fair.
Daniel's at Bucky's right now. Do we want anything for? You bring back some beaver nuggets?
Yeah. Can you give me some beaver nuggets? Actually,
beaver nuggets.
I wouldn't mind
Daniel's
having
on a Bucky's run, guys.
Chop barbecue sandwich right now, man.
We appreciate you, reaching out, man. Just be safe. A lot of crazies on the road. Keep us in your ear, but also be safe. We appreciate that, man.
Yeah.
Good looking out, dude. Good looking out. Anytime we need beer, I'm going to hit Daniel up now.
And good luck in Bucky's. Everybody gets up in there and they're lost. They go walking in, they're looking around, and I'm like, man, I just got to go take a squirt, and I'm trying to get out of here.
Well, it's probably, I would venture to say it's probably most people's first time when they get for the people that are just walking and checking out Bucky's like that. It's probably their first time being in there, right?
Yeah. I was
in the Northeast. I saw some video where this Karen. I can't really. I don't know. Like she called it Busey's. Hey guys, we're at Busey's. How do you get Busey's out of that?
Yeah, I
look like a Busey's.
Oh my God. Yeah, I went one of the first times I went to Springfield, Missouri for work. One of the dudes I was riding with, he's like, "Man, do you want to check out the new Bucky's?" I'm like, "Dude, where am I from?" No, I don't want to check out Bucky's.
the new Bucky's is the same damn Bucky's I've seen 30 years ago, man.
Yeah, it's like
it's got some new soap in the shower. Fantastic.
Yeah. I'm like, do y'all have like a quickie picky?
Some new dispensers.
What's
up, Hunter? We see you, buddy.
Show me something else.
So Patrick says brisket and egg burrito from.
Oh, that is good.
From Bucky's. Now, of course, this is probably a very dumb and ignorant question. But I am not familiar with the breakfast game at Bucky's. Like usually when I'm, stopping at a Bucky's, it's midday and I'm either getting like an energy drink, like I'm, a Monster. I haven't really had Monster in a while. I usually been drinking Red Bull. But I'm usually getting like an energy drink or like some beaver nuggets, right? Like I don't really get something that's filling or hearty from a Bucky's, or never really have, right? Because it's usually just midday when I'm going through a Bucky's, or I'm just stopping and getting gas. But yeah, I'm not familiar with their breakfast game, dude.
Yeah. Our man, Gorgeous Greg from Gorgeous Georgetown, checking in the Coda text line.
Is he gorgeous?
I talked about that. Yeah.
We are you send us a picture of you gorgeous.
Hey, dude. I met him. I met him at the Q2 stadium a couple of weeks ago.
So the worth all the package is
gorgeous, man.
That's what I'm talking about. Gorgeous George.
As advertised. Speaking of Austin FC, almost, man, so close. Yeah, 2-1. I still don't understand what that was last night. I know it was a soccer game, but Open Cup, MLS, Winston Cup. I don't know the differences, but they almost won a championship. That's all I know. And they go down 2-1. So that's good, right? I guess.
Yeah, I don't have it. I'd be shocked. I got to pull the score up here first. I got to find MLS.
2-1.
It's not even up on my damn college. What ESPN didn't even have it up on the college.
No, so this was in the Open Cup. So
okay.
This is something.
It's just cup style. It's just cup. It's not league or anything like that. It's just cup. Gotcha.
Yeah, looky there. Checking in
from Ketchum, Idaho. How's those potatoes out there in Idaho?
Who-da-ho?
You-da-ho. Idaho. He's the ho. Rodney is the ho of the show.
Yeah. So
Rodney definitely is the ho of the show.
Yeah.
Ref. Where are we going next, show ho?
Always the ref.
Oh, Otani. How about show Otani?
Well, they took care of business, right? Well, we got that right. We said the Dodgers. Now you talked about staying up late.
There ain't no coming back for the Reds.
No. So that seemed. I was up late watching that. Like I was saying, ate my pizza, drank my Olipop. Game's going, and I'm like, okay.
I wanted to ask you real quick: when you eat a pizza like that, right? Do you slice it up? Like if you're gonna have yourself an individual pizza, and I know it feeds more than just one individual there, but have you ever dabbled? And maybe I'm floating this idea to you here, right? But we're in Texas, right? We're known for some Tex-Mex down here.
Mm-hmm.
You ever thought about taking that pizza and rolling it up like a burrito and eating it that way?
I'll fold it.
Yeah, no, for sure. I've done the New York style is kind of the obligatory go-to, right? It's kind of like the default hold for me, right? It's the New York fold, right?
Yeah.
But have you ever tried rolling it up like a burrito?
I haven't.
And eating it?
I haven't. Like a slice or like
cut
the thing in half?
The whole thing, right?
The whole thing?
If it's like an 8-incher, right?
Yeah.
Or a 6, it can't be like a 12-inch pizza double R, right? Like that's a big pizza burrito.
Dude, that's a huge burrito, man.
But like a nice like 6-inch pizza. You know what I mean?
Good
You
idea.
roll that thing up and you roll that bad boy up into a burrito, pizza burrito. Hey man, you'll thank me later, buddy. You'll thank me later.
Put some
a little
sauce
bit
on top of that shit.
put a little Parmesan, sprinkle a little garlic on that damn thing, baby.
Yeah. Throw some salsa. Hey, the Tar Heel steak.
Wag's got to be a stoner. I was a stoner back in the day, right? Like, I mean, shit. I would say I'm very adventurous in the kitchen. We'll say that. Like, I'm always trying to make something work.
I've gotten to where I just randomly throw shit together, you know, to where it's like I have something, like, especially like with beans. I mean, like if I'm doing, I like borracho beans, of course, out of the can. HEB has real good borracho beans out of the can. I'll just heat those things up and just throw random shit in there, you know, and it's like, and you come up with some concoction.
but you forget to write it. You forget to write it down, so you don't know what your experiment was. Though you're working. That's what my wife is all the time.
Like
What's
digging
this called?
through the trash.
I don't know. We just kind of made it work. Oh, cool. All right, honey. Thank you. What's great?
Yeah.
You know, if you can, if there's some way that you can conjure it next time, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, it's like
we call that the miracle stuff or whatever.
Yeah. I call that being poor. It's like let me in the pantry.
What we used to have back when I was a kid, man. Like we used to call them I wish sandwiches or whatever. It was butter and sugar, right, on a sandwich, and they called it like I wish sandwiches because you wish you had something else inside of that fucking bread instead of the butter and sugar.
Which
we didn't even have peanut butter; we had butter and sugar.
The Mexicanos, you know, they call it the poor man's meal: tortillas, rice, and beans. I'm like, dude, I want to stay broke. If that's a broke man's meal,
right,
I'll be broke every day.
We used to make. When we were when we were just starting out, man, we didn't buy pizzas. We would take tortillas and put tomato sauce on the tortilla shell and then put them in the oven and have like a little pizza fried tortilla, right? With the cheese on it, of course, too, right? And make yourself like a little tortilla shell pizza. That's where we've come a long way in the kitchen here, man.
Yeah.
What else? Oh yeah. And by the way, Dustin Anderson, shout out to you as well.
Yeah,
good sir. I am from I don't know if you've watched the show frequently or not, but I am from the East Coast myself. And missing myself a little bit of Carolina based barbecue. So give me a little bit of that vinegar, that twang taste here. I love myself some smoked barbecue down here with the brisket and everything, but man, and those of you guys that aren't aware with Maryland's barbecue too, they also do like a pit beef shoulder right there too. Ooh. It's kind of like Texas's. Nothing's like Texas's brisket. It's just not. But it's slow cooked like the brisket.
Low and slow
pit beef there in Maryland. Now I'm getting hungry as hell, guys. So I'm congratulations. Way to
go. The other thing here in Texas with us, you know, with the Mexicanos is like we don't need these, and I don't know why I have a fork on my desk, but we don't need these. The tortilla is our fork, our spoon, our spork. We don't need these. That's
you know, in tamales too. I never really knew how to eat a tamale properly. I always ate the actual shell.
Oh, you did?
Like, I'm an idiot.
Like Jimmy Carter, President Carter. He was in San Antonio way back in the 70s.
Yeah, I've done this. I've done the same damn thing. I know.
I
ate it with the husk on it. Ate it with the husk on it.
Yeah.
Didn't know any better. I blame ignorance. Where you want to go next, buddy?
Oh my God! Hey, you mentioned the Dodgers. I mean, we got 3 series. We got 3 series now. Well, I guess there's actually 4, but good even up day yesterday. Another great afternoon of baseball, man. Yeah, that Yankees Red Sox game, that one sucked me in. That one sucked me in.
You knew that wasn't going to be over between these two squads. You knew that this wasn't going to be done, right? They were going to take this one down to the wire. It's got East Coast baseball, man. Entertainment baseball. You want to talk about entertainment tonight? Red Sox and Yankees.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I think so. So that's they're tied up at 1-1. Padres, Cubs 1-1. Reds in all kinds of trouble, but that's not really the Guardians. A pretty damn ballsy effort yesterday by the Guardians as well to knot that series up at 1-1.
It sucks that the Reds are like. I wanted to see the Reds kind of make a run at this thing, right? But we knew that the Dodgers were going to be the team. If there was going to be a team that was going to have a sweep here, we kind of called like the boys in blue, right? The thing that I gave the Reds a little bit of hope just because of the frames that they can put crooked numbers up, right? They can they're that much of a powerful offensive squad that they can put up, 5 runs in one inning at a time, and kind of rival the firepower of the Dodgers, right? So I thought they kind of had a hitter's chance, a slugger's chance, if you will. But ultimately, man, just you want to talk about the bats waking up at the right time for the Dodgers.
Yeah.
I mean, what they have? They had 8 runs last night. What they have 2 nights ago? 9, I think.
Yeah.
2. So that offense is starting to wake up. That beast is starting to wake up, at the right time too. So when everybody else is starting to hibernate for the winter.
And that's that was my ultimate concern, is that once the playoffs started, that the Dodgers, because I very much want a Milwaukee or one of those teams.
It would be nice, right? You see these teams buy their roster at the beginning of the year, and you're kind of like, all right, well, here we go. Now we're just going to get 165 of irrelevant games, and so we get to the we get to the postseason, and now the guys that we thought were going to do it, and we put all the futures down, are going to be in the World Series here. So
this is where we need to talk to our man, because now it's Dodgers and Phillies. Dodgers Phillies now.
Our man, you talking about Lee, or are you talking about Al? Because both of them are my men.
Yeah,
so
we talk to Walsh here.
Either way, Lee will be on tomorrow with the guys tomorrow morning, and it is Locktober, ladies and gentlemen. So get your locks ready for Mr. Lee Sterling there at Paramount Sports.
That's right. That'll be tomorrow. That will be tomorrow. Yeah. So three more games today. A whole nother day of 2:00. It's a later start today. So since
where are you at with the? It's the marquee of the wild card here. Where are you at with the Yankees and the Red Sox here? Who do you think actually comes victorious? Now, everybody was leaning Red Sox after game 1, rightfully so, right? But the Yankees, tie this thing back up. You think, the best team, or I can't really call them the best roster that money has bought in baseball, right? Because that would be the Dodgers technically, right?
Yeah.
Or would it be the Mets?
Who do we have?
Who spent the most money this year? It was clearly the Dodgers, right?
Oh yeah, Dodgers and probably the Mets, right, or the Cubs.
I was wondering if it was the Mets or the Cubs, because the Cubs spent a lot of coin.
They did,
right? But by default, I want to say Dodgers just because of the Shohei money.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Right.
And because the Mets signed.
Hey, what's up, Derek? We see you, buddy.
The Mets signed what's his name from across town.
Sure,
Soto. So
Soto.
that was a lot.
And that's why I was thinking that that kind of eliminated the Yankees, because they didn't spend that purse.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Early and
I would think. Thank you, Pat. I would think that Dodgers spent more. Dodgers spent the most money in the MLB. I would think so.
I'm still going with Boston. I'm still going with Boston, to be honest with you.
It's hard for me to root. It's hard for me to root for any of these squads, but if I had to choose one, I would choose Boston, because I have to stay in that. Sal, I love you. You know this, and I love New York sports. I just don't like the Yankees, right? I'm just not a Yankee fan, and I can't. And maybe it's because of what they did to my heart after they took Mike Messina. When the Orioles were struggling so mightily back in the day, and all we had was the Moose, and we Ben McDonald left too, right? But all we had was the Moose, and the Moose went to the Pinstripes. Maybe that's where I'm still scarred and scorned.
Bitter. That's right.
Bitter. Yeah, bitter. Maybe that's. And it's not of a lack of respect, for the Pinstripes. I love respect the Yankees, but ultimately, man, and I know that they're good. It's good for baseball. It's better for baseball when they're in the postseason. But man, do I enjoy watching them. Yeah.
Well,
I talk about it too. Like I don't really like to point at the opposition, if we're not taking care of business ourselves. But man, do I usually get joy from watching the Yankees lose. I just do. Like that will never go. That will never get old. That will never. I'm salty and petty that way, right?
Yeah.
That will never be old to me. Watching the Yankees lose and seeing the reaction of the Yankees, like seeing how quick, or the Yankees fan base, how quick they turn on them too, right? Like just as soon as that pitch is done, I hated this team, right? Classic Yankees.
Well,
I can't say classic Yankee fan, but it just, as an Orioles fan, when you're living in misery, you welcome it, right? So,
well, that's like we were saying, like with the Cowboys, where that fan base too is just so delusional to where it's like after last week, even after a tie, there are a lot of us where it's like, man, this team can make a run.
I'll say that the Yankees fans aren't delusional; they're just obtuse and obnoxious at times, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and that's what I was watching.
No, they're not obtuse. They're not, because I mean they have a pulse on what's going on. So.
Yeah. Yeah. I was watching it was a Cowboy branded podcast yesterday, and it was like, so the Cowboys, should take care of the Jets and should take care of the Panthers, and kind of rattling these games off. And it's like, and then if you go 500 from that point, there's a really good chance that this team could really like do something. I'm like, do what? what are they going to do?
Sneak into the playoffs?
Yeah,
limp into the playoffs, maybe
into the playoffs and get beat in the wild card round.
Any more sound from Sark?
The Trey Wisner. So he was talking about Trey Wisner because that's the one thing that we were talking about. Where I think Wisner he really does. He needs to be what's going to drive the cattle drive that was mentioned earlier.
I think now that we're in SEC play, now we're into the availability reports that we give out on Wednesdays, which is a great thing. You guys don't have to waste a question on injuries, and I can put out a report on Wednesday and later in the week. But he's progressing really well, and we've been pleased about his progress of where he's at. Trey provides a lot for us. Obviously, a great deal of experience. He's played in this league, last year, our first year in, and he was a 1,000-yard rusher for us. He provides a great deal of confidence. He provides a great deal of toughness. As much as Trey is not the biggest guy, he plays with a real sense of physicality in his approach to it. And so anytime you get that experience, especially going on the road, and you get it during practice, I think it's helpful for all the other guys as well. So very similar to DeAndre getting back into the lineup, I think we get some of that in the backfield with Trey, in the sense of confidence and belief in not only himself but the guys around him that are going to play at a high level.
So that's huge right there. Right. That's huge. Yeah.
So he mentioned confidence a few times, right? Whose confidence? The team's confidence or Sark's confidence, right? Because I think it goes hand in hand, right? It's definitely correlated there. But I think ultimately Sark's talking about himself, like. Maybe, just spitballing here, but maybe he's kept the ball out of the running back's arms, or put the ball in Arch's hands more times than not, because I guess he believes in Arch, delivering. I thought it was more of experimentation football in Cupcake Land, honestly. Why they were working on so many things, or passing the ball more. It seems like they were passing the ball more times than running the ball in Cupcake Land. But I thought they were doing that just because they wanted to experiment and see what they could work with, kind of like glorified practice reps, so to speak, right? But maybe now that I'm hearing this, maybe it was a confidence issue and they wanted to keep it, in, I guess, the leader of the offense and the general of the offense's hands, instead of turning it to, Simon or Clark or whatever, when instead of developing them during Cupcake Land, maybe they had a little bit of confidence issues here. But ultimately, I think I agree with Sark. I think, having Trey back there, he's not the biggest dude, but he runs like a 220 back, right? He runs like he's solid and can fall forward for 3 or 4 yards almost each time he totes a rock. I've always said that he's very solid in between the tackles, right? And hell, it only bodes well for us, or plays to our advantage, especially if Florida's struggling to hold an edge, or if they have a vulnerability on the edge. If we can play compact football and get the tough yards inside of the hash and inside the tackles there, and exploit a little bit of the edge, I think it's going to be a big day for Trey Wisner there. He's listed as questionable, but again, like going back to that audio, I feel like he's inferring that that Wisner's going to play, right?
Yeah. I think yes, that I can read into all. I get all the coach speak, and where you do want to have a little bit of kind of a little bit of a gray area there to kind of keep Florida.
Sure, to keep to keep Sunbelt Billy, wondering which back they're going to have to face, or which that defense, which back they're going to have to face. I understand that well, but listing is questionable, and then talking about that, giving a little bit more of that confidence gives me belief that Wisner is going to be on the field.
Yeah,
Saturday.
I fully expect
you can pull the questionable thing out of your ass, I guess.
And he mentioned the experience, that Wisner has playing in this league. I mean, I think that's so beneficial for Arch Manning. I mean, I think we haven't seen this version of Arch Manning with Trey Wisner in the backfield, and I think that that's only going to help his confidence. I think that that's only going to help his play selection on RPOs and all the different nuances that you're going to see there, and I think it helps the confidence of this offensive line. Because I think this offensive line knows the capability of Trey Wisner coming.
The confidence thing, or is it a rhythm thing for the line?
Yes, both. I think.
Okay,
and this is
attitude thing too, right?
And this is where I'm really convincing myself now. And again, that folks will say, "Well, that's a
dangerous thing. That's you're flirting with danger." You start convincing yourself with anything, you're flirting with danger, buddy.
This rhythm thing, that because it has been the question, the lack of identity and the lack of rhythm, whether it be the quarterback and the receiver, the offensive line, the false starts. But of course, that's not anything new. Right. That's rhythm. That's rhythm. To where the offense is going to be fast. Yeah. And they have. You have pulled the reins back on this thing and you turn it loose. I mean, you turn it loose. The gate opens and you're in a horse race this week, because that's what the SEC schedule is going to be. I mean, it's going to be a horse race.
That rhythm.
Yeah.
To that rhythm, and you stumble out of the gate with 9-10 penalties.
Yeah.
Hopefully Texas is able to survive and walk away with a win there. But Double R, if I'm seeing 9-10 penalties on the stat sheet, there's a good probability that the outcome isn't going to be what we want it to be.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, the other part about that is, those penalties that we watch, a lot of those are games at home. Bucky talks about this all the time, to where it's like, it's over here in your place.
Cardinal sins, absolutely. Cardinal sins. Like,
yeah. And you're going on the road. I don't care if Florida's 12-0 or 0-12. The Swamp is going to be raucous. And this is an afternoon game. These people are going to be lubed up. And we're showing all these Florida man stories, and that's going to be a lot of those people.
Yeah, that's a lot of that. A lot of those people will be or a lot of the Florida man people might be in that stadium, might be in attendance.
Yes.
Right? Might be in the venue.
Yeah, absolutely. So, 9-10 penalties, man.
You can't be 9-10 penalties off a rip. You can't be having that going into conference play here. Need to clean that up. I'm cool with 4, right? That's the over under that I'd like to shoot for. And 4, that's a lot that's a lot for most teams, right? But my God, that's an improvement for us. If I can get if I can just get us down to 4 penalties, right? I will take that. I will take that all day and each day. Twice on Saturday here, and we're playing on Saturdays. So.
Yeah, and that's kind of the point that I was talking about earlier with the fan base. And of course, the fan base is important. The fan base is important. But I think the staff, I think everybody, that everything that we've kind of been sitting here for the last month and a half beating up this team about. Penalties, lack of rhythm, quarterback not being effective, all the not being able to rush the passer. If all of that happens Saturday, a lot of that other shit's forgotten, because you've turned the corner. You've turned the corner. And
I'm with you there. So I feel that's a yes and no for me, right? Like, if you do it against Florida's defense, if the offense comes out and has an efficient day and takes care of business, sure, I'm all right? However, if the defense comes out and struggles against another offense that's struggling, and it's a get right. Excuse me. I mean, I don't foresee the defense struggling, but if we struggle to get to the quarterback, if we have another week where we struggle to get to the quarterback, and I am seeing I'm seeing a week where we have hurries, but not so many TFLs or not so many sacks, right? Just because of Lagway's ability to escape the run or just elude the would-be the would-be tackler, right? However, counterpoint to that, I also think that PK gets a little bit more aggressive because of the ability that Lagway possesses, and you start seeing 5 and, at times, I don't want to say they bring 6, but maybe at times, they can fire off, 6 coming from the line of scrimmage. If that's the case, maybe there's a good chance that Lagway gets, off his spot and rocked and you start to see those TFLs and sacks start to build up a little bit. I'm not envisioning that, but I would love my biggest concern, and you guys have known this, I've expressed this all throughout the month, is our inability of getting to the quarterback from the edge position, right? So yeah, it's happened, but based off of what we saw last year, I was predicting, I don't want to throw all you guys in the same, conversation category, but I was predicting, Colin Simmons to at least have 5-6 sacks by now, right?
Well, he said he was going to have that.
A half a sack or a sack and a half a game, something like that, right? Like, but yeah, it's been, and I'm not trying to blame it all on Simmons, right? But again, like after the freshman campaign that you had, you'd like to think that you'd be one of the leaders of this, front four that Texas has out there, and enough to get these guys cooking and moving too. And Burke too, like Burke, you've came alive in moments too. But I'm both these guys. I'm expecting dominance. Like dominance has been the key word or I guess the theme of this morning's conversation. I'm expecting dominance from these 2 edge rushers too. Right? It's been a nice surprise seeing the interior step up. But now, the edge needs to come with the interior, and then that defense needs to fire on all cylinders. Love that the secondary's playing downhill, and they're not afraid to come up and make a hit, and you are getting 8 hats to the ball. But if the damn edges would come alive, this would be not just a great defense, but a special defense, a championship defense.
And you can't, because what you can't do is you can't let, everything that we're talking about Texas needs to do on offense, you can't let Lagway come out and hit his rhythm and get him going,
or on third down when you're trying to get the defense off the field, right? He makes somebody miss in the backfield there, and you don't break down and make the tackle, and then he extends the play and gets a fresh set of downs right after they move the sticks. So no, that's a great point too, man. You can't allow this guy to have second opportunities because he has the ability to hurt you on the first, his first strike ability. So
yeah, absolutely.
Best quarterback they've seen, or would you say Sands the best quarterback?
I think
that's tough one because that was Sands' first job, first assignment, right? And
that was his first start.
He struggled. They only got to the 50 twice or over the 50 twice, but would you say that Sands was in the better position because of the team that's surrounding him?
That's the only thing.
Honestly, I was surprised with Sands.
Yeah, me too.
He threw a great ball. Like he didn't blow me off the chart, blow us anybody off the charts with the stats, but the balls that he did throw, I thought were on time. He looked pretty good.
He seemed very confident. He seemed very confident out there, and the offense. The defense brought a lot of stuff at him. But the other thing to think about with Florida, that Jaden Baugh is a good running back. So that's that dude there. When we talk about the front and the edge and so forth, you're going to have to control the run. You are definitely going to have to control the run, and that's why I'm curious to see what with Brown on the outside, are they going to? Or is Florida going to come out?
I was going to mention Brown too.
Yeah. Are they going to come out and try to hit a deep ball early, or are they going to lean on the running game? I would think that maybe they would try to lean on the running game as well with Ball and with Lagway, but you just can't let them come out and find that.
They got to know that Simmons and Burke are going to be breathing down the neck too, right? So I would expect that the ball is going to be getting out quick.
Mm-hmm.
If Lagway is going to hold the ball and try to extend the play, he's got to be, conscious of that. And that's where if there's going to be that massive of an edge rush, right? This is where I go to say, like, Sark's even mentioned this too, right? He's talked about the points that they can, produce based off of, the defense with the takeaways that they give them, right? Or putting the offense in an opportunity with the short field too, right? When I mentioned that this could be a championship defense, right? And it's definitely a contender for sure. When you're starting to get the surprise that you have on the interior of the trenches, right? It takes away the step up. It takes away the quarterback's ability to step up and elude the edge rushers, right? When the pocket breaks down, it takes away that ability to, to get away and alleviate the pass rush there. But also when that edge rush comes too, right? When you're trying to find and you're trying an escape route and trying to find a hole when that pocket breaks down, the strip sack. The strip sack from the rear or from the blind side, that's like the number one thing that leads to defensive points, right? Defensive scoop and scores or defensive takeaways. Like, and even if you don't score off of it, you put your offense in a good position with the short field usually.
Yeah,
that's why I'm so bit like I'm driving this thing home so much here, trying to beat this dead horse with the edge rushers here. If that happens, right? My God, the secondary's been playing fantastic in spite of not getting that much pass rush. So
yeah, the thing about it is
this is the week to do it too, right? This is the week to come alive.
The Texas defense needs to get Florida into third down situations because they're horrible. They're 17 of 55 in third down. I don't know what that percentage is out to, but it's not very good. So that's where conversely you want to see Texas get in and execute in the red zone and convert third downs and not having to be going for it on fourth down. I mean, you get these guys in a third down situation and the probability of you stopping them is pretty damn good.
And we'll talk more about this. We've had a lot of massive conversation about Texas and Florida, and rightfully so, right? It's game week, but we'll talk a little bit more about this tomorrow here. But one more thing on this right now, and I'll probably talk a little bit more in extent about this tomorrow, right? We talked about attitude. We talked about dominating the line of scrimmage. First and foremost, that needs to happen tomorrow, right? The offensive line comes out there and just smacks Florida's defensive line in the mouth, establish trench warfare, win trench warfare, and come out and just identity was mentioned in the first hour, right? But just be mean, just be nasty, right? And that's what hog mollies are supposed to be up in the trenches, right? You're supposed to be mean and nasty. We haven't really seen that nastiness yet, and I've seen a few people in the comments. The right side of the offensive line has to play better. Absolutely. I don't want to single out any individuals, but DJ Campbell, like you have seniority here, right? Like you shouldn't be allowing your other offensive lineman to kind of lead this thing. Like this is your offensive line. Like you're the juggernaut of this. So galvanize your offensive line, get it as one one unit here and fire on all cylinders. I know that they can do it, but again, you have to embrace the attitude. You got to get some type of life, like some type of shit going down. And right now it's just been non-existent. It really has the attitude has not been there. The nastiness hasn't been there.
We've all been, that's just one of the things on the list of a few with this team that we've been in that wait and see mode.
Right. Exactly.
The arch break out. Wait and see the running game break out. Wait and see that tenacity that just pissed off.
Like driving guys, 7-10 yards downfield.
Cattle
right.
drive.
And then having pancake blocks. Like that's the shit that I've been expecting all month here. That's the attitude and the nastiness that I want to see. The tenacity. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry about that. Yes. So yes, we can get into it a little bit further tomorrow because I'm just glad there's a game this week. It was kind of weird last week.
I enjoyed.
I didn't complain that much last.
I enjoyed the week off.
That was the perfect week to not have a game because that was
good slate. Really good slate to watch.
It was,
and I enjoy. And God, I hate saying this too. Like I do. I really don't get pleasure of people's failures, but big game James Franklin, it never fails, man. God. Like you want to Texas people, a lot of people like to give Texas shit all the time, right?
It's him and Brian Kelly. It's like
I feel like, and I wouldn't get so much joy out of. And you're right, BK. Like with Brian Kelly, I'm kind of the same way. I wouldn't get so much joy out of Franklin losing or failing if it just seemed like the committee or college football wasn't trying to make Penn State in the national championship, Like, I just feel like they're getting nothing, just gifts. A very easy schedule, except for, Oregon and Ohio State that they'll have to play, but still, like, a very favorable schedule, I would say, right? And sure enough, they, big game James, baby, big game James. All right, where do you want to go next? I mean, we got shit. If we don't get to the receivers, let's roll that over to tomorrow.
Yeah, let's do that, because that one we're going to need some time on that. We're going to need.
We got Daryl Hall. I'm going to need time with the Hall Notes.
Yeah.
So we got top 5, and we only got we just talked about the Longhorns for 90 minutes. So.
Yeah, we just talked about everything.
Hit the sponsors. I'm going to hit the sponsors. I'm going to hit the head real quick. My knees are shaking. I'll be right back.
That's that college football slate that we just had. I watched it on my AV consultation setup, man. I had them all going. Had a little Ryder Cup going, had some NASCAR going. You can do that too in your home theater system, home stadium system, home speedway system. It's football season, man. It's AV consultation.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. Football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but AVC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Absolutely.
Field goal, end zone.
AV Consultations, avconsultations.com, 255-8678. And when you're checking out all that football, all that sports, all your Netflix and stuff, you want to do it with Altstadt Beer. If you get a chance and you're out in Fredericksburg, be sure and check out the Altstadt Brewery. Just an amazing spot right there. Beautiful hill country of Fredericksburg. We talk about bee caves. Fredericksburg, another one of those destination spots where you want to get out there and check out all that beauty of the Texas hill country. You got to go hit the Altstadt Brewery. Hey, man, that's great beer for your weekend fun. That's great beer for your dinner plans, whatever it is. It's the Altstadt beer. I like the light myself. You can check out the Hefeweizen, the Kulst, the German Pils, the Amber. Lots of different varieties of Altstadt beer, and it's perfect for game watching. So find that as well at your local retailer. Start your weekend right. You've got Thursday night football tonight. I've got to get out and about in a little bit and run some errands, and I'm probably going to stop and get me maybe some of that Altstadt light beer. So you can do that as well. It's Altstadt beer, no impurities, no regrets. Also want to tell you about our friends at McCall Custom Homes. Our man, Mike McCall, if you're looking for that home renovation project, whether it's a master bath or whether it's an outdoor space, a living space, our friends at McCall Custom Homes can take care of that for you. For over 4 decades, been doing it for Central Texans here in the area, and they'll take care of you as well. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com, 512-633-9580. Be sure and mention, if you're looking for an estimate, be sure and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered when you talk to Mike, because he's going to answer the phone. That's the thing. When you make these phone calls that we tell you to call Hurricane Hecht and Tom McKay and Mike McCall, you're calling them. You're not calling a call center and you don't get an answering machine. You call those dudes. And if you do get voicemail, they're going to call you right back. 512-633-9580. Be sure and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered for that free estimate. For over 40 years, we build value into your home. McCall Custom Home.
My guy, if you have Ryan Hurricane Hecht pulled up, please go ahead and get that for me. For some reason, I cannot pull the script up.
Of course.
My Microsoft 365 has expired.
Uh-oh.
And it won't let me utilize Microsoft Word, even though I've paid for Microsoft Word. What is going on here? Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Government shutdown, dude. It's getting to Microsoft. Put this number in your phone right now, friends. 512-938-8929 and label that Hurricane Hecht. You never know when you're going to need that. Who's Hurricane Hecht, you ask, Double R? That's Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney right here in Austin, a proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. If you're injured in a car accident, you're hurt on the job, dog bite, you're out on your morning walk, and boom, out of nowhere, here comes a dog, here comes a cat, here comes a weasel, here comes a coyote, and you need a personal injury attorney, although I don't know if a coyote actually has somebody that owns them. But yeah, it's Ryan Hurricane Hecht, and you don't pay unless you win. That's right, friends. No fees unless Hurricane Hecht gets money in your pocket. And while he's aggressive in court, he's compassionate with his clients. He understands what you're going through. He's been doing this for over a decade, and he's done it for a lot of people. Very compassionate. Austin-based, Texas proud, supporting local sports, businesses, and local families. Friend of the show, fighter of the people. We talk about him all the time. Let him blow those big insurance companies' cases away, because they're going to be the ones calling you. Steve Harvey, Bob Barker, Wink Martindale, not the coach. Let's make a deal. Nope. You talk to the Hurricane. Call him today, 512-938-8929. You can also email him at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell him you heard about him right here on TSU. 8:30. We made it to 8:30.
All right. So all you gurus out there that are good with like Microsoft Word and shit, give me a little bit of an idea of what's going on here. I've purchased my Microsoft Office subscription, right? I did the one-time purchase of that, and everything's been working great, but now it says you might have lost some files because your Microsoft Office 365 has expired. Now, this is something that I was paying for a monthly, like it was a monthly fee, and I noticed it, and I was just like, well, what the hell am I paying this for when I've already paid for the damn, software itself, right? Like, so I figured as long as I have the software, I didn't need to pay for this shit. So, I'm just put a pool in. I'm trying to cut back wherever I can. You know what I mean? So trying to trim the fat wherever I'm at. But what the hell, man? What's going on here? PC load letter. What the fuck does that mean? No, exactly. Great pullback from I think it was filmed here in Austin, Texas, right? Office Space.
Oh yeah.
Office.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good one. I need to watch. I haven't seen that in a long time.
Somewhere down Parmer or some shit like that.
I think there's one part of it. I think that's over there off of 71. I think like that office building that they keep showing. I think it was over there by Dance Across Texas, where Dance Across Texas still there. I don't think that's there anymore, but because that highway's expanded,
right?
God, man, that thing has gotten so wide. It's a totally different world.
So Souls. So for sure. No, I remember the key that I had when I purchased the software, but that key's already been entered, and everything like I never had this problem before, and now all of a sudden I have to pay like a monthly subscription to get all my files that I've already had, like all the reads that I have, or the the business the business proposal and the business plan that I have for for the future stuff that I don't want to roll out right now. I don't want to tell you guys what I'm doing, but yeah.
You just watch.
Unplug Microsoft Word for 30 seconds. Shut the fuck up, Daniel. Unplug Microsoft for 30 seconds and plug it back in.
Hit Control Alt Delete. It works every time. We had a lady. I worked at a place one time. I'm like, oh man, anybody that had a computer.
Blinker juice. Blinker. A can of beep for the horn too, right?
Yeah.
Go get a can of beep for the horn and blinker juice.
She was like the computer expert. Oh, hit 3 options: hit Control Alt Delete, restart, or log in and then log back out, or log out and log back in.
You guys,
one of those 3 things.
Man. Fix it. Where do you want to go next, Migo? Where do you want to go?
I'm like, how about if I put a baseball bat through this fucking thing? What option is that? Anyway,
that was always my favorite though. Whenever you were messing with a new Marine or a boot, or what we called them boots. Hey man, go get a can of beep for the horn, or go ask that sergeant for a prick E5. You know what I mean? Like E5, I mean enlisted 5, enlisted to the 5th. Your 5th rank in the enlisted is sergeant, so an E5 is a sergeant. You're basically calling the sergeant a prick. You know what I mean? So that's a guy for a prick E5. Hey sergeant, you got prick E5? What the hell did you say to me, boy? It's hilarious bullshit.
But Bucky and BK has a religious holiday today, and Bucky's no telling what he's doing.
They're
back
they're not detained or anything like that. They're not on a secret mission. They're not going to the swamp. No, it is a Jewish holiday, and we are sitting in for the crew right now this morning. Everything's going to be back to the usual schedule tomorrow, though.
Yeah.
And you also have Lee Sterling on from Paramount Sports tomorrow as well. So
That's
Locktober, guys, get it in. Get your picks ready. Let's get our top 5 in first, and then we'll get to the wide receiver conversation.
You
want
to hit the top 5, or you want to hit TNF right quick?
Let's.
Oh wait, is today Thursday? Yes.
Yeah, it's Thursday.
Right. Yeah.
We can do Thursday Night Football at the end of the show, because I want to get the top. I want to get the top 5.
And I got a Florida man too. You got a Florida man.
All right. You got a Florida man. All right.
Got a Florida man. We'll keep that in there.
So going down. What was that? Was that Tom McKay?
No, it's me. I said top 5.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we got Tom. Everybody's taken care of.
All right. Gotcha.
We got them all.
So going down this rabbit hole last night with the Hall and Oates top 5 here. I knew that they were big in the 80s. I didn't realize that they were this big. I had an original top 5 list for the Hall and Oates, and then after going back and probably 2 hours or so, just listening to Hall and Oates, and songs over and over again too. Like where's this one go on the list, right? And speaking of lists, like Kiss is on the list. Of the best things in life.
Yeah.
Just all night I was just jamming out to the Hall and Oates, man. Having some yacht rock on last night, dude. I didn't realize how good these guys were.
It's like them and Phil Collins, and the variations of Phil Collins that he's had with Genesis and all the whatever.
Sure, yeah, and Peter Gabriel too. Peter Gabriel was in Genesis. I'm a big Peter Gabriel fan too, and I'm a big fan of '80s music, and I didn't realize how much of Hall and Oates were in my catalog.
Mm-hmm.
Right, or in my vault, if you want to call it that. But yeah, man, I'm very curious to see your top 5, because I was having a conversation with BB Lance Jason Myers in the chat here last night, and his list, right? 3 songs on his top 5 were on my top 5, but it was funny to see, and I'll let Jason kind of give his top 5 here, and I would love to see all your all's top 5s in the chat channel here. On the YouTube channel here. So you guys have on the Yoo-hoo. Do you hear me say it first? Yeah, I'm thinking some chocolate soda. Because that shit was not chocolate milk. That was chocolate soda.
It's like that Chinese restaurant down the road. That Chinese restaurant, the Ho-Ho.
They have those? They have
yeah, it's right over there by Nikki's Pizza and by the Taqueria by Round Rock High School. It's in there. It says the Ho-Ho.
I've never seen that. Where's that? Oh,
yeah.
I'm back behind Short Stack.
Yeah, which is now closed. They closed that down.
I know. My wife and I were just talking about that shit.
That sucks.
Anyways, off topic. You'll throw me down another rabbit hole. So yeah, let's hear. I'll give you greens, buddy. Let's go with your top 5.
And here's where I was like the same thing with you with the Hall and Oates, to where you know all the hits. You know all those. And honestly, on my list, there's probably only one of those real famous, viral jam. But I didn't realize with them how much like once I graduated high school, and got into the 90s, how impactful they were in the 90s. I'd forgotten the 90s songs. And this list is like, some of y'all are gonna be like, what? But
I'm really intrigued, because I don't think any of these songs are 90s.
Yeah.
I think these are all 80s. Like this is at the height of
and this 80s. Is where I wish we could play them on here, because
without getting copyright.
Without getting thrown out, because that's where you'd hear it and be like, oh shit, that's them.
Yeah, no, for sure.
But okay, number 5 for me, it was 1990, and I remember it, and it was I remember the girl's name that I would dance with to it all the time, and it's a song called "So Close." Have you ever heard that one? So close, yet so far away.
Oh yeah, okay, all right. Is that 90? That's not 90s, is it?
1990. It's a 1990 song. It's like, damn, that one forgot. Great tune right there. Number 4 for me, the only one that is of the well-known ones is the Kiss on my list. I love that song. I just like the music. It's like, because it's one of those where you're going to tap your foot.
It's yacht rock, dude.
You're going to bop around.
And it's hard. I was kind of talking about this last night. It's really hard to have like a shitty type of day or just to be in a bad mood when this type of music is just in the background, right? Like, even if you're pissed off, it's probably going to bring you down a little bit, right? Or it's probably going to bring your temper down a little bit and kind of allow you to kind of refocus and recenter, right?
Yeah. Number 3 is the one that is just so intriguing to me, because most people probably have heard the 1985 version of the song that was sang by Paul Young. The Every Time You Go Away. Yeah. Great job that Paul Young does. I happen to think that when Hall & Oates did it in 1980, which was supposed to be a single but was never released, and you have to go and find this. It's in their collections, but it's like Hall & Oates with that song is just, oh my God. Every Time You Go Away by Hall & Oates, not Paul Young. That's number 3. Number 2 for me, again, 1991 or 2. Everything Your Heart Desires. Have you heard that one?
No, it's not on my list, but I've heard it. Yeah, it's not on my list, but this is good. Like, this is
that one last night. I think I listened to it like 7 times, dude. It's like, God, I forgot about
so
that.
You're more of like the baby making music type of, or
that's kind of what I think about.
That's like, I need you back. Like, I'm sorry. Like I really fucked up music. Like, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's where you're at.
Yeah.
And I mean, it masks. It does math.
And I think a lot of it is for me, like with these 90s, because in that version of my life, I would hang, I had female, I talked about where we would go watch Melrose Place and all these different with a bunch of girls. I mean, that's the shit they had on. I come rolling in and want to hear Metallica and all these different things, and they're playing that shit, and it's not shit. It's good, but
no, I got you.
Number one for me, for them, and again, it's a known song for them, but it's not like their biggest whatever. I love Out of Touch. You're out of
I'm out of
that one. It's just a happy, it makes you feel good. You know what I mean? Yeah. The beat. I listened to that one.
I can't get up there. I can't sing like Daryl Hall, but
no, absolutely.
Man, if I could cover Daryl Hall, I probably wouldn't be here, huh?
Yeah. Yes. Exactly. Yeah. The Melrose song. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Right after 90210.
Beverly Hills. That's right. Boy, that Michael Mancini turned into one mean son of a bitch, didn't he?
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah.
All right, so my top 5 for Hall & Oates, and these are known songs. Okay, these are pretty well known songs, but I don't think my number 1 or my number 2 is going to be anyone's number 1 or number 2. So that's why I think maybe I have somewhat of a unique list, but we shall see. Okay. Number 5. Because Your Kiss is on my list of some of the best things in life. Right? That's just,
it's just a good song. Yeah.
Makeup music. It's kind of like, to your point, I'm kind of sorry, you know what I mean? Like, I forgot to take the trash out.
I'm sorry.
I did. I forgot to get the cake. Shit, cake really wasn't in my culture growing up. So I'm gonna put some Hall & Oates on and try and nestle up to you and say
back in those days, Wags, like, I'm sorry, I really didn't know that girl very well. Those days.
Back in those days. All right. One that number 4, I'm shocked that you didn't have on here because it's just a feel good song. All right. But You're a Rich Girl.
Yeah, it's a good one too. I mean, yeah.
You can get by on your old man's money. You can get by on your old man's money. You're a rich girl.
Those dudes are just so versatile.
They got some range. Like they can go everywhere, right? Like they got doo-wop in it a little bit, and they got they almost like barbershop quartet too. I don't know, like they can. There's different types of layers and blends of their music, but it all works in this 80s magic, man. Then Out of Touch. You've already mentioned Out of Touch. You're out of
Look at
touch.
this shit. Look at Jason.
Both separate dates. I took nice. Love it. Love it. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, right, dude. Jason kind of wowed me over with some of his music knowledge last night, man. He's into a lot of electronic sound too, man. St. Lucia, big fan of St. Lucia. Didn't know that we had that in common as well. But back to the Hall & Oates. So number 3 was Out of Touch. Number 2, and I'm very curious to see how many people would have this on their top 5, if any, right? But maybe it's from playing Grand Theft Auto back in the day too much, or I think maybe it's the choir that's in the background in terms of like for the background chanting and the background chorus in this that kind of like wows me over, just like the just moving parts in terms of outside of the Hall & Oates, right? But it is adult situation, right?
Yeah.
Adult situation is, and it's probably I don't know if it's unsung.
That
to
was
most
on
people.
mine at one point, and I took it out. Yeah.
But yeah, like when the choir comes in and they sing as the student body. The student body is a bad a bad reputation. Oh yeah, oh yeah. And it's the choir saying that. Like that's just, I don't know. That's harmony for me, man.
Yeah.
Like that's just, I don't know. Music's awesome. I'll just say that. Like I'm I don't know where we would be.
It's not the same, man. It's not the same as it used to be.
It's not. A lot of people, slit your wrist and cry over a water fountain type of music. And don't get me wrong, like emo music was cool back in the day, but I mean, we got to have some type of shit that we can listen to and kind of get along with the beat and kind of get in rhythm, like the Texas offense that we're talking about here.
That's why we need to do these more. I liked it at first when this popped up on that wheel. I'm like, come on. But now in retrospect, I'm glad it did. And it's like, we need to do because my wife and her friends are like Duran Duran, that they still like any Duran Duran concert within 500 miles of here, they go. And it's like, that's another one. To where it's like that's just good music.
Duran, like I would do that for Depeche Mode too, but Depeche Mode only has 2 members.
They go
left.
to every damn Depeche Mode within close proximity.
But you're not seeing like that's just it too, right? Like you're not seeing like the entire band anymore, right?
Yeah.
Like Andy's no longer there for the base. Hell, they lost the drummer too. So Depeche Mode is and it's sad because the bands that you're used to and watching growing up or listening to growing up are kind of dying off. So it's just time's undefeated, buddy. Time's undefeated. But anyways, not to bring this down, my number 1, excuse me, I just have my list now. I got to pull my list.
Horn, it should be Duran. I always say it's Duran. No, Duran. I'm like, no, Duran. Sorry, sidebar there.
That's all right. I am having a hard time pulling up. I just lost my damn list.
Derek says Privet Eyes.
No, Private Eyes was not on my list though.
Mine either. And Maneater popped up on the Chan on the Coda text line. Said, man, I love that one too. But it's like it's just. I like the ones. These exercises are fun because it's like, damn, there's that one. I love that one, and I forgot about it. Yeah,
I can't. I'm sorry, I can't go for that. I can't go for that as my number 1.
Yeah.
So, Easy Rider with the overdrive. Doot, 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 doot. It's the keyboard. I think it's the key in saxophone too, right? Like there's a heavy sax solo in there too towards the end.
Oh yeah.
Like I'm like Jerry Rafferty. God, Take the Long Way Home by Jerry Rafferty. Anything that has a big saxophone or a sax solo in it, I'm probably gonna melt down to, right? But no, this like when Hall & Oates utilizes the tone, like the keyboard, like when he does the bells, and then also hits with the sax too. It's just melody, man. It's harmony, if you will. So I can't go for that. Is probably my number 1, right? It's slow. It's just a solid, steady beat. It doesn't really change up too much. You kind of know what you have, and you're just in a flow, right? you're just in a boppy flow. It's classic yacht rock music, dude.
Didn't
Again,
somebody
all in
sample that in one of the newer songs? That I thought somebody sampled that. I thought
I'm
maybe
sure somebody like it's a vibe, it's a beat, dude.
Wait.
It's like it's just I
Yeah.
don't know how to. I can't put words to it, man. It's just I don't know. It's feel good music, dude. As
And
you
I'm
all
not
can
sure.
see, I have your boy does have rhythm there. I
That's
do.
what
have
I'm talking about. The Canadian Idol. And
I am Canadian Idol.
what-
You guys
and
haven't.
and
If
there's-
you guys haven't got the memo yet. I am
there,
Canadian.
there's something going on with these. Aren't they like pissed off at each other right now?
What's that? Hall and Oates?
Hall and Oates. I think they're.
I think they've been at each other's necks for a while. I think, right?
Yeah, isn't that weird? It's like, man, it's such a
It
magic.
happens.
Yeah.
brothers fight, man. Brothers fight,
Yeah,
dude.
yeah. Well, I hope they get over it, and I hope that they go out on tour. I would go see them. I mean, I would. I mean, I don't think I'd drive to Oklahoma or Nebraska or like my wife and her friends or Duran. But hell, I'd go to San Antonio. Yeah, maybe.
No, I would. No. How far away is the? How do you get to San? How long did you to get to San Antonio? About an hour? Is that an hour haul?
No, now just over an hour. You take the tollway and haul ass 95 miles an hour all the way down 130, fly and hit I-10.
Yeah, but you're still going to hit that traffic once you get off of 130.
I-10's a shit show.
You're still going to get choked up once you're getting into San Antonio, right? And that's usually where.
Although they did finish, where you go on I-10 and you hit, I think it's 410, where you hit Loop 410, and that was you had to do the turnaround, and it was a mess. They finally got the big flyover built. And I've talked to folks in San Antonio to where it's like that thing is so high that it's like you will get nausea going up on that thing. You'll get the quivers. That son of a bitch is so high. But they finally finished that. It's like 4 lanes, and it's changed traffic.
Needs something, man, because those 2 lanes just taking you down there for a good stretch of 15 miles. Nothing but bottleneck, though. Yeah, that's why I was asking. It usually takes me about an hour to get to San Antonio. That's why I don't go. But and the traffic's just so damn. There's good traffic, right? There's traffic that doesn't put you in a bad mood. And usually that's kind of few and far between, but mostly the traffic going down to San Antonio is usually going to put you in a bad mood.
Yeah. It does seem though like those 2 bands are out a lot, especially
I was thinking the same thing, Troy. I was like, man, I ain't seen Depeche Mode tour in fucking 5 years, dude.
Well, you need to go hang out with those ladies because they'll find them. They will find them. Yeah, Alamo Dome show. I saw Def Leppard and I forget who. I forget who all we saw there, but
Thursday night football. We got Thursday night football to get to.
Last time,
so you know what? I don't want to rush the Go Fish game with the wide receiver ones. Like I do want to play. Like let's hit this tomorrow. Then we'll have a nice conversation tomorrow. We'll preview some slates. Right. We'll get into some Locktober conversation. Hopefully we get to catch Lee on the crosstalk there with him. But yeah, we'll get a little bit of a Locktober preview, and then we'll get into our wide receiver Go Fish, if you will. But Thursday night football, amigo, what are your thoughts?
Well, I can tell you one thing that I'm sure when we do Go Fish tomorrow with the receivers, 2 of them will be on that list that are playing tonight, at least 2 of them. So pretty big time game right here for the Rams and the 49ers. I know it's week 5 or wherever.
God, I want to have the conversation about the wide receiver number 1s right now because I want to ask you about Ricky Pearsall.
I need him to do some shit tonight.
I don't think he's playing. He's ruled. I think he's ruled
out too.
I think he's ruled out.
Seriously, dude, it's like I've had.
Hold on, let me double check. I don't go getting your panties in a bunch. Let me double check real quick. But I'm pretty sure that Ricky Pearsall is out. Ricky Pearsall is out for tonight's match.
Great, I'm glad you mentioned that because I hadn't gone in there to look up it. Seriously, man, my in my money fantasy league, it's like everybody is out for the season. And
who's in though this week?
And then CD Lamb.
Do you know who is in though this week?
Oh God, I don't know.
Mac Jones.
Yeah, because I think they rolled Brock Purdy out a little too early last week. Because that dude, when I saw him, it's like, man, you need to give way to Mac Jones, and that's saying a lot.
I don't know which one. I hope it wasn't anyone that watches this show, but someone hit me up on Twitter and asked me if they they should take this. I can't remember the quarterback that I think it was Sunshine. I think it was Trevor Lawrence. Like they said, should I play Trevor Lawrence or Mac Jones? And I ignorantly said Mac Jones last week without even checking if Purdy was going to be available to play.
That's right. Yeah, we talked about it on here. Yeah, we talked about it on here where it's like, yeah, I said Brock Purdy looked pretty ineffective, and you're like, wait a minute, he's not playing. Oh yeah, he was. You're right, he wasn't.
But
playing.
I actually get somebody asked me the scenario. Hey, it might have been right before kickoff or whatever. Somebody said, "Hey, Mac Jones or Trevor Lawrence," and I said, "Oh, Mac Jones." So I'm just like, shit, But I'm gonna take ownership. I'm gonna take partial ownership on that, right? Like, that I should have checked. I should have double checked, but also you should have double checked too to make sure that Mac Jones was even eligible to play. So
yeah. Well, in this, I think with the Rams tonight, I still think that the Rams at full tilt with Matt Stafford is as healthy as he's going to be, and with Nakua and all these the Rams to me are a very dangerous team. I think I think I've kind of moved them a little bit down in my hierarchy of the NFC just because some other teams, Detroit.
What's turning you off about them?
It's for me, it's that whole they go as Matt Stafford does, and maybe I'm trying to project into the future that his back is going to flare back up on him at some point. And
I was going to say, because they seem like they're still scoring, right? Like
they do. They do. I think it's that whole, like the Tua thing, to where, like I say with Tua, not if, but when, where Stafford's not quite.
You don't believe in Bennett coming in and spelling Matt Stafford?
Just not quite there yet, man.
Okay. All right.
Just not quite there. They should have drafted Quinn, but that's a whole different story. But yeah, the Rams, San Francisco just beat up, man. They are.
Yeah, they have lost the battle of attrition.
It's like a year and a half that's been like that, right? It's like even in the offseason they didn't get better.
Yeah, I mean they bet, they got rid of some of their divas. They tried to, I guess, salvage some money, here, there, and cut some, I guess, trim the fat off of it, and now it's come back to bite them in the ass. Yeah, Ricky Pearsall's out too, which brings me to a question. Like, even with Pearsall, I guess Jennings is going to be in spell for leading that wide receiver room, and no Kittle either. So I mean, they're
out.
They've been decimated. Their entire fleet has been dismantled here. So you'd like to think that the Rams, and those of you guys that are in Survivor League, if you guys are still in the fight, I usually don't like to do divisional contests, right? I usually like to stay out of it and kind of keep outside divisional games, non-divisional games. But this is probably like one of the best case scenarios here, and maybe you don't even want to utilize or use the Rams yet. You're trying to put them on the back burner and kind of save them. But if you're in a pinch or whatever and you need to make a play, this wouldn't be a bad move here. San Francisco is struggling mightily, right? Not just, bad on offense, but bad on defense too. They're kind of banged up as well. So this is a game that I think the Rams should walk away pretty easily in hand with here. What is the line even on this right now? 8.5. It is 8.5 right now for the Rams. So
it's just because 49ers are so decimated, man. It's like who's going to make? I mean, who are you putting?
I got you. And like if you're betting on Mac Jones to kind of be the field general and take this team down here with a decimated wide receiver room, and you're hoping that McCaffrey stays healthy and doesn't get banged up here, because look. When you got to put most of the miles on McCaffrey, and he's been tuned or banged up here in the past or recently too, you'd like to think that that's probably going to be a disadvantage for him moving forward, or for most fantasy owners moving forward. I can't say it's going to be a disadvantage, because you're probably going to get a lot of the payload and a lot of rock, but hopefully he stays healthy and doesn't fall into into injury here because of all the payloads being on him. But that's the route that San Francisco has to go by default.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's no Jordan Mason there anymore. Guerrero, maybe Guerrero can pick up the payload here too, with McCaffrey. But also too, we got to talk about Robinson as well. So you got Robinson out there in San Francisco as well. So they got I guess a 3-headed Hydra, if you want to call it that, in their backfield. But they got to find some type of reprieve throughout the air with their
that's the whole thing where it's going to be for this Rams defense. It's going to be pretty one dimensional for them. You stop the run, and then what are you going to have on the outside? So that's Mac Jones tonight to figure that out. So yeah, Thursday night football tonight with what could be. You look at the schedule the first part of the year, and you're like, ooh, that Thursday night October 2nd game, that's going to be a good one. But hell, everybody is a mash unit over there in San Francisco. So we'll see how that all shakes out. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff.
What else we got going on?
You want to see the Florida man right quick?
Yeah, let's do Florida man real quick. Some other stuff. And also, guys, if you have any more questions for Thursday Night Football or any fantasy questions, give us a call or give us a call. Hit us up on our socials. I'm not the big wags. That's the Rodney R, or on InstaFace at the _Rodney R, and then I'm on InstaFace at the Wagner Wire. All right, let's see this Florida man real quick before we turn it over to Steven from Fan.
And it's actually going to end up being Florida men. Watch this.
Okay. I think this next story may tell us it's that nowhere is safe from being burglarized, even a Polk County Sheriff's substation.
But it was what was taken from inside that's really raising Sheriff Grady Judd's eyebrows. Fox 13's Carla Byron shows us how it all unfolded.
And let's talk about something else that's crazy.
Just when you think things can't get crazier, they do.
You're not going to believe this, because someone broke into the Polk City Sheriff's Station.
It happened on September 15th at the station on Broadway Boulevard Southeast. Sheriff Grady Judd says the suspect was 34-year-old Mark Byram of Polk City. You can see him here on surveillance video approaching the building and walking right in. Around 3 minutes later, he's seen walking out with something in his hands.
They stole my picture.
That's right. Sheriff Grady Judd's picture right off the lobby wall. And the major and captain's picture, too. When they found Byram in jail on another charge.
Okay, so we have
watch the sheriff.
And he said, my brain was a little foggy that night, using a little drugs, but I think I stole those pictures and wrapped them in a towel and put them by a tree, and sure enough, he did.
So now the sheriff and his command staff are back up on the wall where they belong.
No worse for wear. And once again, my picture is in the Polk City Sheriff's Station.
Did they catch the guy?
Yeah.
Or he turned himself in. Did any repercussions for breaking and entry or thief or thieving? Thieving?
Yeah. They
theft?
Get that
thieving. Jesus.
Yeah, that's a.
I swear to God, I graduated from the University of Texas. I'm not lying.
God,
I got it up on the wall here.
It's like
it was conferred and everything too.
So what's with the fascination of these people wanting to break into sheriff's offices and jails?
I don't know. This is the only two that I've seen, was this one today and the other Florida man story from the other day. But no, I love how he says, like, I might have been on some drugs or whatever. Yeah, no shit, buddy. But hey, to the guy's credit, like, after he came out of his haze, or his I guess his bad trip, he realized that, hey, I got some sheriff stuff.
Told him where
here.
he put him.
Maybe I should return. I left it out by the tree, I think, is what he said, right?
Is that one of those things where you break in or stagger in? That dude staggered in. He didn't break in. So it's like you get in there and you're like, well, shit.
He zombied in. He looked like his aunt. That's why I thought I guess meth originally, right? Because that's what it kind of looked like. But
you get in there. Are you like, so I'm in, I've got this. No, what do I take? Oh, let me take these pictures.
Not the weapons. Thank Christ. Thank God he didn't. Thank God he didn't take the weapons. But
oh my God, what a mess!
And hopefully that Polk County would have their weapons. Polk County Sheriff's Department would have their weapons locked up.
Crazy stuff, man.
Safely. Steven, what's up, amigo? How are you, sir?
What's up, fellas? Doing
Not
well.
much, man. Did a lot of Longhorn talk. About 90 minutes of Longhorn talk. Did a top 5 Hall & Oates songs.
Whoa.
From
we
did the top 5 wheel, and we ended up on Hall & Oates songs. And we're starting to think that one of our colleagues, Justin Smash Simmons, snuck that category into our wheel here, and then kind of snuck out the back door and didn't have to put up his 5 list. But we were wondering how the hell Hall & Oates songs got on the category, but we had fun with it nonetheless.
Oh, there he went. Oh my goodness. Where did Maneater finish?
I did not have
Wasn't on my
Maneater
list.
on my list.
Wasn't on my list.
I did not.
Yep. Went down deep rabbit holes, man. It's like
Y'all
digging
went
stuff
into the
out.
bag. My goodness.
I'll tell you, man.
I had
we're
adult
versatile.
situation, out of touch.
Out of touch.
God, Kiss is on my list.
This is my dad would be impressed with me right now. Just being
I can't go for that. So I can't go for that's my number one, which I don't think it's going to be usually people's number one. But adult situation was my number two, and then out of touch was 3.
I can't go for that. Would be in my top 5.
It's just got
a good beat.
Boom. Yeah, it's the beat. It's
they were ahead of
it's
their
steady.
time production wise.
It's a steady bop beat, right?
Yeah.
And it's
that's
the
what we need to
keyboard
see the
too,
Texas
right?
offense doing Saturday. It needs to be
right. Yeah, I want to see that electronic keyboard and a saxophone come out with
They
Art
need to
Manning
be.
and just
Sark got to have them boys in rhythm.
right. Get that rhythm going down the field.
That's right. That's how we're so versatile on this program, Stephen. We're so versatile. They call me Flex Luger. So that's how we do it around here.
What's on the slate, Stephen? What you got cooking, man?
Man, more Longhorn talk, of course. We got to talk ball this week when we got our SEC opener, right? Matchups, keys to the game, things of that sort. And then, Cowboys as well. Dak Prescott MVP talk.
Playing good right now, yeah.
What do those metrics look like right now? Want to talk about some key games coming up for the college football slate as well as the NFL slate, which I think you guys touched on as well. And then I actually want to talk about the Texas ops that we got out here that are also doing well. All of our ops are doing well. So we got Oklahoma in the top 5 currently. We have A&M at 6. We're at 9. I think Tech is at either 11 or 12. Tech's playing Houston this week. So all these people that we typically recruit against, even though if we don't play them anymore, are thriving right now, right? Joey McGuire's is doing very well. Obviously BV, we're going to match it with BV in a couple weeks. Elko coming off of 2 big wins. So it's kind of a real fun time where all of us are seemingly getting to our peak powers. Everybody, Texas starting the season number 1. So fun time to beat our ops when they're at their best.
Stephen, is that good for business? It is absolutely fun, but ultimately, is it good for business when the opposition is on the level with you?
I think it's good for business when you're beating people at their best.
Gotcha.
So in the case of Oklahoma and A&M, I think it means more if you beat an A&M team that's really legitimately. I can tell my kids they were good.
Yeah.
Right. Versus last year when we played them, I wouldn't say they were bad last year, but they were coming in losing on a losing streak.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Or they're down. OU, when OU's been at their absolute best, doesn't 2018 mean something more when they had that Kyler Murray Heisman
for
team?
Sure.
Yep.
I thought you addressed it perfectly. Like when you're going up against the studs and it's not a cupcake, it absolutely means so. It's emphatic. It's
because that's the first response you get. It's like you beat a rival like that, and it's like, oh well, they're down right now. I mean, you beat them when they're up, and
don't give them excuses.
It just means more.
What memorable win do they have over us in the 2010s?
Who's that?
Does it matter?
Right, exactly.
Pick a year.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I'm happy. I'm sure they're enthusiastic about winning and having a streak against us, but it mattered more. I would say for an OU fan, 2023 with Dylan Gabriel, that mattered. They beat a playoff Texas team.
Right.
That's different. You know what I mean? So.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
All right, brother. We'll be listening, man. I'll be in the background. Let me know if you need anything, okay?
Appreciate you guys.
See you later, man.
Good morning. Good morning. Fanatic Perspective here. Stephen from Fanatic Perspective taking over for the next hour. Thrilled to just be on here on this platform with you guys, talking ball. We are going to start with the Texas-Florida game. Texas now 9th in the country, so we did move up a spot after being number 10. We're now up to number 9 in the country, and just really excited to see this team embrace this opportunity of being road warriors. This next quarter of our schedule away from DKR, these next 4 games, the month of October, we're going to learn everything we need to know about this football team, quite frankly. We're going to learn everything we need to know about this football team from how they handle adversity, what they've learned from August, and ultimately proving some people wrong, right? Because I think a lot of people decided to hop off the Texas bandwagon from a national media perspective post-Ohio State. And some people hopped off post-Ohio State. I think some people hopped off midway through our G5 slate when we were clearly working through some issues, right? Especially with our offense, working through some issues with Arch Manning, the mental, working through injury issues, working through offensive line issues. I am not here to say that all those issues are fixed. I'm not here to say that everything is peachy, and there's a reason why there's still some skepticism and doubt about what we'll see in Gainesville offensively. We know that this Florida offense is struggling. We know that we are going to see a desperate Billy Napier coach team with everything on the line. This is a loser. This could be a loser leaves town situation for Billy Napier and Florida Gators, just like we saw for Sam Pittman when Notre Dame came to town and essentially got him fired that day. Okay, like Vince McMahon style, you're fired. That's what happened to Sam Pittman after Notre Dame came in there at 0-2. And people had written off Notre Dame, and they went up there and ran up 56 on them boys. Because all of a sudden, it's like, oh, this ain't Miami. This ain't A&M. Y'all aren't on that level. And that's how Texas needs to approach Florida. I'm not saying we're going to go in there and win 56-14. The spread's what, 7.5, 6.5 point spread. That is not my point. Notre Dame spread, by the way, was 4. It was Notre Dame -4. But my point being, Texas has to get back to that mentality of we needed to tune up. Post-Ohio State, we needed to get healthy. We needed to get a Trey Wisner back. We needed to see Emmett Mosley get back to practice and get ingratiated into the offense. We will actually get to see Emmett Mosley make his Texas debut on this Texas offense on Saturday. These things are very, very important because to me, also psychologically, the defense has more levels they can get to be unleashed, so to speak. Right now, we have the second scoring defense in the country. They're only allowing 7.8 points per game, which is fantastic. And that includes Ohio State and their 14 points they scored, by the way. I know people like to act like we've only played cupcakes, but we have played the best team in the country and the reigning national champions as well in Columbus. And the defense did do that. And it was a 1-score game. So I'd like to see Texas come in there with that energy. Similar energy that Alabama came into Georgia last week. That's one thing. And you guys, chat, tell me what you guys learned during the bye week. Because the bye week can sometimes reset our perspective on how we feel about our own teams. So during week 5, when you're watching Oregon, Penn State, when you were watching Alabama, Georgia, when you were watching Ole Miss, LSU, or Mississippi State, Tennessee, or even USC, Illinois, whatever game you were watching, or multiple games you were watching, did it reset your perspective of how you felt about Texas and where we currently stand? Did you leave Saturday feeling, okay, let's get some wins and we'll be okay? Or did you leave Saturday saying, I'm really concerned? The aspect of these teams, in the SEC, it's a lot to deal with. How did you leave Saturday after watching games in week 5? I would love to know. Hit me up in the in the comments. Jake Bayless said there's never going to be another undefeated champ ever again. You know, Sark touched on that exact point in SEC Media Days and said that if anybody ever goes undefeated, like legit undefeated, I do think we'll see teams still go undefeated in the regular season through conference play like Oregon did last year with Dylan Gabriel, right? And Dan Lanning. But as soon as the playoffs started, that's when their number got called. So I do think it will be very difficult to go undefeated and then navigate 3-4 playoff games after a conference championship. That's going to be very, very difficult to do. Because at that point, you're playing 16, 17 games, right? Texas last year, we made it to the semifinal. We lost to Ohio State in the Cotton Bowl 28-14. We played 16 games. That's the old school NFL schedule. We went 13-3 last year. And we still would have had to play, if we had defeated Ohio State, we still would have had to play another game, I think going back to Atlanta to go play Notre Dame, right? So that's how difficult all of this is. But to me, understanding where we were struggling in August, by the way, in August, right? Some of the stuff about Texas that people have with us is out of sight, out of mind, right? Especially if you weren't watching SEC Plus, Sam Houston State, and watching every single snap, Texas is out of sight, out of mind to you, right? Especially since I talked about just leaving Rodney and Wags. Our ops right now, our ops are looking decent. Shit, they're looking good. Our ops are looking good. We have A&M in the top 10. OU's in the top 5. Texas Tech, you can debate on where they fall, but in terms of the traditional people we've looked at, even Texas Tech, recruiting-wise, is an op, I would say, with, Cody Campbell and Joey McGuire and the connections they have within Texas. They're a recruiting op. See the Felix Ojo situation. They're at 12. They're about to play an undefeated Houston team. Shout out to Willie Fritz. So we're sitting there at 9. We're thriving too, right? I know it doesn't feel like it all the time, but we're coming off of 2 playoff appearances. We're coming off of 23 NFL draft picks over the last 2 years. Our program is as good as it's been in the last 20 years. So this is a critical time of these bundle of Texas and Oklahoma teams. Now Oklahoma State, for OU, they're down. But in terms of us and the people we relate to, the only person that's really down right now is Arkansas. That's a true rival. Everybody else is feeling good about their program. But recently, if you're A&M's the one that, they survived the Auburn game, but they got a big win against Notre Dame. So now we're getting back to be front and center the way we were, again, in August. And I bring up August because the narrative on Alabama has changed drastically because of that Georgia game. Before that Georgia game, a lot of people had either written Bama off, did not take Bama seriously, because the same day that we lost to Ohio State by 1 score on the road as underdogs, they were embarrassed in Tallahassee as double-digit favorites. They were embarrassed. They look slow. They look weak. They look disengaged. It looked like Kalen DeBoer was cooked. And they go to Georgia, and now the narrative is, can Kirby Smart beat Kalen DeBoer? Because he now 2-0 versus him. He 2-0 versus Sark. He 2-0 versus Dan Lanning. He's undefeated versus BK. The narratives shift so quickly. So quickly. Now, how many people are going to bring up that loss that Alabama has to Florida State, especially with Florida State going down to Virginia on that last Friday night? Think about these things. So Texas has almost a new opportunity to reintroduce themselves to college football, is my point. We already know what this defense is going to stand on, and I expect them to really get after it on Saturday. Florida is coming in here, that Miami game. Now, Florida's also coming off a bye week just like we are. So and you're talking about a desperate team trying to hold things together, a desperate team that has lost 3 straight games. They don't want to lose 4 straight. And a desperate team that has been putrid offensively. A team that is converting less than 23% of their third downs. A team that is 130th in scoring offense. So I do expect multiple angles and all sorts of. If I'm Billy Napier or Russ Callaway, their offensive coordinator, and I know Billy Napier, kind of shifted play calling to Russ this offseason. He was kind of like co-OC, and then he's like the full OC now. If I'm Billy Napier, it's all hands on deck, right? Like, he may even throw his hat back in the ring to call plays. We don't know what to expect coming off a bye week, quite frankly, because something has to change. They, according to Pro Football Focus, the Miami game, which they lost 26-7, they had an 11.8 pass blocking grade for the entire offensive line. They graded out at 11.8. If Collins, God forbid, Colin Simmons, Ethan Burke, Colton Vasek, Zena, Lance Jackson, the Trey Moore, Brad Spence, God forbid they see that tape. That's food. And I'm only talking about the edges. We didn't even mention the interior defensive linemen who are pass rushing at a very high level this year, especially Hero Kanu. Or a linebacker who we haven't rolled him out of the garage yet in terms of his pass rushing responsibilities, and Anthony Hill, who had 8 sacks last year. We've barely used him on heaters like we will against the good teams, the really good teams. So that's going to be a very interesting chess match. Florida's desperation between Callaway and Napier versus PK, who's really been playing everything out of base. He's played a lot of base, and when you're really good, you can play a lot of base and just beat up people. But as PK gets more exotic versus the better teams and SEC teams and SEC play, and we start to see, like when we played Vanderbilt and we rolled Jelani McDonald down to the nickel, and we start matching up for certain people. We start showing personnel for certain people. That's what I'm talking about. That's going to be a very interesting dynamic for the Florida game, so Texas can continue to hold those guys down. If I'm Florida, I look at this, I'm like, hey, Jaden Ball, you're going to have to run this rock. We're going to have some type of run game. Florida went into DKR last year and ran for 197 yards. They were very successful. Now, my understanding is Jacoby Jackson will not play. He was part of that 100. Jaden Ball was a big part, but Jacoby Jackson ran for 100 yards himself at DKR last year. He's not playing. That's the other thing. Texas is healthier than Florida. And as we get into the season with these big teams, health and depth will matter more and more. I do think that Texas, on both sides of the ball, found some more guys to add to that depth that will be trusted rotationally in games. Because we talked about the playoffs, and this is exactly to Jake's point here, Jake Bayless, your point about seeing teams go undefeated down the stretch. I think that is very difficult because these teams have depth issues when people start getting hurt. Like the NFL, you can't get away with that in a 53-man roster. I mean, look at the NFL right now. It's a bloodbath. Jaden Blue is going to have to play for the Cowboys this week out of necessity. Kevontae Turpin's foot is messed up. He's not playing. We already know CeeDee Lamb's out. Miles Sanders is questionable. So whether Jaden Blue is ready or not, the NFL is not, it doesn't matter anymore. Ready is relative in the NFL. It is now, you're the last running back we have before we got to go sign somebody or pick up a guy off the practice squad. That's the NFL. In college, you don't have those problems. In college, you have a 5-star sitting back there chilling. By the way, Ohio State, same thing. When we played Ohio State, we saw what? We saw James Peoples and C.J. Donaldson. We did not see that young boy that's running now in Bo Jackson. And yes, his name is Bo Jackson. And we knew, and it's funny because a lot of people that know their roster turn are like, yo, they got a young boy back there named Bo who they may not trust in the Texas game, but at some point in the season, he's going to be their guy. He's their guy now. That's college football for you. That's college football for you. For example, like Texas. We didn't play Christian Clark in the Ohio State game. We didn't play Simon in the Ohio State game. We're probably not going to see Baxter. So, and then Wisner will be coming back for the first time since Ohio State. So our running back slate will look completely different than it did when we played them. When we played our first, big game, I should say. Jake said, I expect us to play a ton of soft coverage this weekend. Florida struggles mightily when you take away the deep ball. Absolutely. And that's something that was an adjustment that I think people made against Florida coming off last year. Let's talk about this. Why was DJ Lagway regarded the way that he was? When I did a off-season exercise on my channel, Fanatic Perspective, go check us out on YouTube, Fanatic Perspective. We did an off-season exercise where we ranked. We ranked from 1st to 12, 1 to 12, the opposing quarterbacks that we would see this season. We did this in the offseason over on my YouTube channel. Hunter Watson was last, who we played Sam Houston State, right? But of those rankings, so that was Julian Sand was ranked, Diego Pavia was ranked in there, Taylor Green was ranked in there, Marcel Reed was ranked in there, John Mateer was ranked in there. I had argued John Mateer was going to be the toughest one we'd see. That was my decision. But you know what? We're fan first. We're fan led. And the fans overruled me when we made the list together. And they told me that I was wrong. Steve, you're tripping. DJ Lagway is the best quarterback that Texas will see this year. This is when we did the exercise at, I want to say, June, July timeframe. June, July timeframe. And I still have the list. I'll post the list on social media that we all did together. Those who were on my stream that day. And everybody said DJ Lagway coming in the season was going to be the toughest quarterback that Texas would face. And to be fair, Florida was ranked in the top 10. Everybody was feeling good about them. They finished last season on a 4-game winning streak, upsetting LSU. Things were looking promising for Florida. It's like, man, Billy's finally turned this thing around going to year 4. That was the narrative. How quickly things can change. Just like I talked about earlier with Alabama, on the good side, how quickly things can change as the milk goes bad as well. And now with DJ Lagway, again, coming in though, to Jake's point, he was known for being a outstanding vertical passer, outstanding deep ball passer, great depth, great arm talent, especially to Jamori DK, who's now, I believe, on the Tennessee Titans, and was really able to push defenses. He went 6-1 as a starter, as a true freshman, and was, according to Pro Football Focus, one of the best deep ball throwers in the country, bar none. That was the excitement there. Now, I think one of the things, and this isn't to make excuses for DJ, I do like DJ. I think he's a good kid, but I think one of the things that has hampered him is the injuries. We knew, and this was, if you guys can actually see me talk about this on the video when we ranked him, when I said why I wanted to put John Mateer over Lagway, and y'all overruled me. I said, well, do we know if DJ's even healthy? Hearing about him having shoulder problems, hearing about him maybe needing surgery. Then you hear about, we get into the season, clearly they don't look the same vertically. Clearly they're struggling to push the ball. And he hasn't improved and made those strides that you like to see year over year in the short to intermediate passing game, to Jake's point. He hasn't. So he's not a complete passer. He's still the guy that relies heavily on play action, establish the run, and then take your shots. That's essentially how they want to play ball. But then you add that in with, he's in a walking boot and all this type of stuff. So how healthy is he? How healthy is DJ Lagway? There was rumors, and obviously those will be unfounded, but there were rumors that he was going to redshirt, potentially take a redshirt this year. Things really went sideways. So I do think, for Texas's sake, you want to keep bad teams doing bad things. Don't give bad teams false hope. Don't give bad teams false hope. Florida, I know some people want to make this leap that Florida and Texas are looking at the mirror at each other. It's just that Florida's played a more difficult schedule, but we have some of the same problems, blah, blah, blah. I disagree. I completely disagree with that. I think Arch's issues are not injury related, clearly, after what you saw in the last game, but were mental things he needed to work through. Now, being on the road is different from being at home. From the comforts of Bevo Boulevard, from the comforts of Darrell K. Royal Stadium, of Williams Campbell Field, it's different. It's different. So I do expect adversity in this game. And I want to see Texas tackle adversity, especially offensively. I want to see how Texas handles adversity, especially offensively. Because things weren't perfect for Oregon on the road versus Penn State. Things were not perfect for Alabama on the road versus Georgia. But there was a level of poise, there was a level of composure, and there was a level of self-belief and self-confidence that Ty Simpson and Dante Moore showed as field generals for their teams that I want to see from Arch Manning in road play and really for the season moving forward. Whether you miss a throw or not, I need to know. You can tell in the players' eyes, you can tell in the body language, you can tell how they're navigating the situation. You can tell. You can tell by their feet. Look at Ty Simpson's feet last week against Georgia. Cool as a cucumber. Calm. Chaos around him. But he trusted his protections. You can tell the boy did his homework. Was confident in his pre-snap reads. Confident in how he was setting protections. Communication with his offensive line. Critical on the road. Texas with this offensive line. Assuming Cole Hudson's at center or Cole Robertson's at center. Are we communicating the same way that we were communicating when Jake Majors was at center? Where we were clearly doing, the easier thing. Calling out who the mic is. Do we know, if we're running split zone, those of you on the zone side, do you know who you're going to go get? Does the tight end know who he's going to go get? Do we know who we're carrying off of the initial double team? These are things I need to know that comms are on point. Because that has been a struggle for Texas at home. That's been a struggle for Texas against air. And that's where some of the doubt and skepticism comes in. So I do expect, with this bye and with how they looked, albeit against Sam Houston State, I don't care. If we can get some of that consistency in there and establish a floor, a solid floor for this offense, Texas should be off and running and now start to ascend and say, hey, how do we add to this? How do we make sure that Arch is getting better and better so that I want to talk about November, December Arch being here versus where he was in August. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. But we're going to keep it moving because now we're at the 30-minute mark, and I wanted to touch on Cowboys talk. The Dallas Cowboys are going to New York this weekend to play the New York Jets. And a Jets team that's 0-4. Cowboys are 2.5-point favorites. I look at this game and this opportunity for Dallas. These next 2 weeks will tell me how much I should trust this football team. And especially for this nasty, nasty ass defense. And I don't mean nasty in a good way. We mean nasty as they are horrible. They're horrible. We're the 32nd ranked defense in the NFL. Number 1 offense in yards, number 32 in yards allowed. That's crazy. I want to flex a little bit. That sounds like my fantasy football team, where I actually have 6 fantasy football teams. And in 4 of them, I'm undefeated, 4-0 right now. Shout out to me. And I'm first in points scored, but I'm also in those leagues, just for the real ones out here. I'm also at the top of the list, points allowed. People have been popping off against me, and we've still found a way to secure dubs. Now, on all those teams, I did have Lamar Jackson as my starting quarterback, so we are going to have to make some adjustments, but that's neither here nor there. Let's talk about the Cowboys. Dak Prescott is playing not only is he playing at an MVP level, but right now, these first 4 weeks, and it's only been 4 weeks. It's only been 4 weeks. This is the highest level I've seen a Cowboys quarterback play. Considering the circumstances, considering the amount, the point, like the efficiency of the drives, the fact that Dak has had like damn near 8 game-winning drives in the last 4 weeks. If you think about the Giants game, the last week, like every single time he's had to take them up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. He's playing at an insanely high level. And I think before this, I thought it would, for me, it was 2014 Romo. I thought 2014 Romo was unbelievable. And that was the perfect point in his career where his physical abilities and his mental understanding of the game developed. Everything just hit that perfect mesh point. Plus, we were a run-first football team that year. And run-first in mentality. DeMarco Murray, obviously, was unbelievable. Offensive Player of the Year. Dez was in his prime. Jason Witten there. And that team was when we had really built up this offensive line. And them boys were unbelievable, right? And Romo was able to maximize that offense the way it was built. That's what a great quarterback can do. What Dak is doing right now is otherworldly because you've got undrafted free agents right now playing up front. Tyler Booker, our first-round pick, is not playing. He went down in the Giants game. Giants game or the Bears game, one of those games. But he didn't play at all in the Packers game against one of the best defensive fronts. I'd say top 3 defensive fronts in the NFL, Green Bay Packers. We have Brock Hoffman and TJ Bass out there, 2 undrafted guys. Oh, yeah, because Cooper Beebe went down as well, 6 to 8 weeks. So you don't have your starting center. You don't have your right guard. In that case, 2014, that would have been Travis Frederick and Zach Martin. Imagine both of them just not present, playing with backups. Oh, and then you don't have Des Bryant. Oh, I mean CeeDee Lamb. And I'm playing with Ferg, George Pickens, Captain Crash Out. I have a 5'8 speedster in Turpin. And I have Jalen, you shouldn't be wearing number 1 Tolbert. That's the crew we rolling with. And we over here going toe-to-toe with Green Bay, bro. We are going toe-to-toe up and down the field. We're making Green Bay's defense look sorry. That Green Bay defense had only allowed 21 points max to the Commanders week 1. That defense had been standing on business. And people are confused, go look at the film. That's masterclass quarterback play. And so right now, yes, to me, Dak is in that conversation with the in terms of MVP. I'm not saying in terms of who I would have and blah, blah, blah. Like, obviously, we would take Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson and Mahomes over all these guys, right? Like, that if you're starting a team today. But in terms of performance this season through 4 weeks, there's nobody I'm taking over Dak right now, the way he's running this thing. If you go look at some of the advanced analytics adjusted for, pass pro grades, run blocking grades, just everything around you, no quarterback right now is getting better play. And this is schedule related too. But according to those metrics, Buffalo Bills are at the top of the list. Their offensive line is kind of like the 2014 Dallas offensive line. And their run first leg with James Cook and those other backs. They have 3 bomb-ass tight ends. I know they don't have a true number 1 receiver. And, Josh makes it work with Khalil Shakir and Keon Coleman and Elijah Moore. Just randos. He's the goods. But they haven't really been challenged. I mean, they've beaten on teams like the Saints. Right. So, their first game against the Ravens, they had a great comeback, but they were getting their ass whooped for 3/4 of that game. So I think right now I'd have, obviously Josh. I think Mahomes, after last week, his performance against the Ravens is deserving to be in the MVP conversation, considering the injuries around him for Kansas City. Obviously, I have Dak Prescott. Justin Herbert was in that conversation for me until he lost to the Giants. But then again, how bad are the Giants? Because if you look at the Giants' schedule defensively, their offense, okay, they have the exciting whites right now with Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterboo, right? People are very excited for that backfield, and I understand why. Them boys out there they run in like the guards from the longest yard. That's what they remind me of. But on the defensive side of the ball for the Giants, they're legit. They actually have very similar metrics to the Packers, where they have one game where the score ballooned, which was week 2, when Russell Wilson was throwing moon balls all over the place in AT&T. I happened to be at that game, one of the most exciting season openers I've ever attended in any sport. I was at that game. That was the game Dallas pulled out in overtime, and we won 40-37. So they gave up 40 points in that game. All the other games, including the Chargers game last week, they've been at like 20 points given up. 22 points given up. They only gave up 22 points to Mahomes. They only gave up 27 points to Herbert. And the Herbert defenders, and Herbert's great. Herbert came out in Brazil, was fuego. He was fuego, okay? He was almost as hot as Karol G at halftime. That's how hot Herbert was. Pause. But when you look at what he did, once Joe Alt went down, they already had lost the other tackle, Rashawn Slater. But once Joe Alt went down, all of a sudden, things weren't kosher. All of a sudden, he's throwing picks, and he's throwing D lineman picks to Dexter Lawrence, who's running it back to the 1-yard line. And I'm sorry, but that's been Dak's situation the whole season, bro. Welcome to how we have to play. Welcome to this level of difficulty, where you got to play football with one hand tied behind your back. Justin said I have Justin Fields, or Jake said I have Justin Fields as my super flex, so it's a win-win. Smart move, sir. Smart move. These super flex, these 2 quarterback super flex leagues are becoming more and more popular. I'm now in 2 of them. Raise your hand. How many of you are in two quarterback super flex leagues? It used to be kind of like a ho-hum thing in fantasy. Now it's a thing, I feel like. And I feel like it's growing. We thought we were being, one of the leagues I've been in for, here I go again with fantasy football talk, but some of you probably can relate. One of the leagues I've been in for almost a decade with the same group of guys, pretty hefty buy-in. We thought we were getting crazy adding another flex. So the traditional alignment had always been like 2 backs, 2 receivers, a tight end, and a flex, and then your kicker and your defense. That's like the traditional old school fantasy football setup. I think everybody now has gone to at least two flex, right? At least 2 flex. But then the super flex thing is the 2 flex plus a quarterback, receiver, running back, tight end flex spot, which has now changes how you draft. So it's been interesting. A lot of people, participate in that in fantasy. And so, guys like Justin Fields, guys like Michael Penix, guys like Daniel Jones become, some of these quarterbacks that you can pick up that you don't necessarily think about during a fantasy draft. All of a sudden, they become part of your window and narrative for your team, right? So very interesting. But as for Dallas, defensively, look, it's one thing against Jordan Love, Josh Jacobs, Matt LaFleur. You know, they have great expectations for them. Okay. Y'all gave it up to them sorry-ass Giants, and that's unacceptable, especially considering the quarterback's no longer employed. Malik Neighbors out for the season. Okay. Y'all gave it up to Philly. Okay. Y'all gave it up to the Bears. Caleb Williams looked like Heisman Trophy winning Caleb Williams against y'all. But it's Ben Johnson. Okay. Damn it, if y'all give it up to Justin Fields, and look, it's not even that Justin Fields is of the 3 games he's played well in 2. To me, watching the Jets, they should really be 2-2, or you could make a case they could be 2-2. They deserve to lose that Miami game after Braylon Allen fumbled at the goal line, but the Steelers game, week 1, was a shootout. Chris Boswell hits a 60-yard field goal. And then what was that week? The week 3 was the Tampa Bay game where Will McDonald blocked the field goal. They ran it back. Aaron Glenn does that hilarious dance, and they're feeling good. And then Baker Mayfield comes back and leads them to a game-winning drive. But, you know, that they had a chance. They played well enough to win in that game. So I would say 2 games where they legit played well enough to win. You can make an argument at some point they could be 2-2. But the issue coming into this is we're only 2.5-point favorites. And it's because people don't trust this defense at all. At all. And I can't trust them either, because we saw when we played a mobile quarterback in Jalen Hurts, and this is my concern. I know we have improved against the run technically in trying to stop the run. Now, still feel like Josh Jacobs and Emmanuel Wilson got a lot of chunk yards last week, but, you know, situationally, I think we're better. The quarterback run game is still a problem until we see it stopped. And Justin Fields did run for 81 yards last week against the Dolphins, and so that's a concern. Pass-wise, they really shouldn't be giving up like that in the pass game. Garrett Wilson's having a phenomenal season. His target share right now is otherworldly. If you have Garrett Wilson in fantasy, if you know, you know. But right now, it's him and then Jags. Okay? It's him. Like did anybody know that Josh Reynolds is starting in the NFL? Do you even know who Josh Reynolds is? Do you know who Tyler Johnson is? Some of you are like, nah, this is my coworkers. Nah, they're the Jets receivers outside of Garrett Wilson. Alan Lazard. These people cannot go off against the Cowboys secondary. Bro, if they go off against the secondary, I'd be pissed, bro. Are you kidding me? It comes down to this, okay? It's Garrett Wilson. Then their second guy is going to be probably Mason Taylor, son of Jason Taylor, NFL Hall of Famer, Miami Dolphins. From LSU, Mason Taylor. He's coming on. He's going to be a good tight end prospect. And then I already told you, Braylon Allen's gone. He went down. So they don't have the two-headed monster at running back like that right now. Isaiah Davis will have to fill in for him. So you're really looking at Breece Hall, them having to make amends with Breece Hall, who was on the trading block of, hey, you're going to be back out here. Jake Bayless said Packers legend Alan Lazard still going strong. Has how many passes is that? What is Alan Lazard's stats this year? Has he caught a ball? What are his stats? Let's do a quick. I mean, because the stats show that 1 out of every 3 passes goes to Garrett Wilson. Okay, so Alan Lazard has 3 catches this year for 21 yards and a touchdown. Shout out to Packers legend Alan Lazard. So he has caught a pass this year. And I do like Aaron Glenn. I think I think that the Jets are a really tough place to coach. There's a lot of culture rebuilding that has to happen. And I think, Robert Saleh was trying to do that. And I think they got derailed with the Aaron Rodgers stuff. I think they got derailed with getting the quarterback wrong with Zach Wilson. And ultimately that ended jobs. But they had gotten the defense together. They had gotten, a level of toughness about them together. My buddy's a Jets fan. He calls Robert Saleh Bob Salsa. And he texted me last week. He's like, man, did you see Coach Bob Salsa getting in the mix with Liam Cohen? Said, keep my name out your mouth. That's what the man said. Said he was trying to steal signals. But that's another conversation for another day. Yeah, man, the Jets are sorry. So Garrett Wilson has 300 yards receiving through 4 games, 27 catches. That's outstanding. 3 touchdowns. Outstanding. The second leading receiver is Breece Hall, like I talked about. He has 108 yards on 13 catches. And then Mason Taylor's third, 11 catches. I didn't even look that up. This is just off me watching the Jets. Again, I'm a big fantasy guy, so I watch everything. This is just me just watching the Jets. I know they don't have another. So I'm saying that to say this. Elam, if you get cooked by Tyler Johnson, Elam, if you get cooked by Alan Lazard, Packers legend Alan Lazard, you're fired, bro. Don't even get on the plane. Stay your ass in New York. If you get cooked by these boys, stay your ass in New York. These stats need to look the same after the game. If Garrett Wilson gets his, that's it is what it is. Hopefully that'll be on Diggs or Bland. Reddy Stewart. If I see you getting cooked by people like Jeremy Ruckert, well, I'm good on that, bro. At some point, we got to have a standard. If y'all aren't going to take this seriously, why should I? If y'all aren't going to take this seriously, why should I? If I see your ass getting cooked by Jeremy Ruckert, these are people that are like 60s in Madden, bro. How are we getting cooked by them? I can already see it now. My blood pressure's already getting up. I need to make an appointment with Dr. Dow to get that stuff checked out. It blows my mind the level of ineptitude that the Cowboys secondary and the Cowboys defense has shown. And some of it is hilarious because we have people like out there like Jack Sanborn, who's everything that his name sounds like, super reliable brainiac in the middle who can't run to save his life. He's out there wearing Nike boots trying to tackle people. And it looks like, the boy looks like he runs a 5'4". We can't get out. We just continue to get out leveraged anywhere on the perimeter in space. But DeMarvin Overshown couldn't come back sooner. And I don't like rushing people back from injuries because sometimes it can compound on itself, but we really need Overshown back badly. We don't have NFL athleticism in some parts of this defense. Overshown, at least it's like, oh, who's that? How he's able to get from there to there like that. Bro, if we had Caleb Downs, that resets our culture on defense. Because I believe I think he's that special. I think he can do that many things. And I know there's a cap on safety play and in the league and blah, blah, blah. And, I felt that way about Kyle Hamilton. I think Kyle Hamilton's a great player, but you see Baltimore still struggles. But I think collectively, if they're able to build around a Caleb Downs, if we were to get him in Dallas, that'd be freaking dope. Bland's not healthy, to be fair to him. To be fair to Deron Bland, because I know the brother just got his money, he's not healthy at all. He's out there, just like, Diggs is still not relatively healthy. They're healthy enough to play, but they're not where they were They're not the guys that they were that got their extensions. They're not. They're still coming off severe injuries, and still. I mean, it's going to take some time, and we still have guys like Siobhan Ravel that haven't played. Carson, who's on the side of a milk carton. I mean, at some point he has to return. Galen Carson. So we have some other guys that are outstanding, because then you could, if Bland was healthy, you'd be see Bland play both slot and boundary. He's only really been playing the boundary because he can't run like that right now. If you notice, Deron Bland used to line up all over. Diggs was out there in the back trying to trip people. You know why you're trying to trip people and grab and hold? Because you can't run. I mean, it is what it is. Well, somebody going to have to cover Garrett Wilson. Who it going to be? All right, in these last 5 minutes, I do want to talk about, and I kind of teased this up top, some of the ops, right? So, right now, obviously, Texas fans, OU being at 5, A&M at 6, those are the two we have our eyes on the most, for sure, right? I mean, they're on our schedule. We play them. I do think, and this is from more of a macro perspective as a fan, just looking at my ball club. I do think this is a really fun time to beat both of those programs when they are humming. And anytime A&M is in the top 10, they're at their best. Don't let them fool you. This is as good an A&M team as I've seen in a long time. And I mean that. But look, watching the Auburn game, I'm like, that's a team we should beat. At home, by the way. So these wins, like, to me, with them, and I'm saying that because in order for them being in the top 10, they're recruiting well. They obviously did well in the portal, getting Mario Craver and KJ Concepcion. They did well. There's no hate right now. I'm just being honest and talking ball. That's going to be a tough matchup. But it's going to be fun playing our rivals at their peak. People aren't down right now. We're not down. They're not down. OU's not down. Now, I do want to hear, this is as of right now, because the difference between Texas A&M, and OU is going to be that schedule. OU's schedule is a gauntlet. After they play Kent State this week, there's nowhere to hide, starting with Texas. And OU's already played 2 wars in non-con between Michigan and Auburn. Look, I said after last week when I did my week 5 recap, I completely agree with the AP poll. I had that poll before they came out with it. Okay. I had Ohio State at 1. I had Oregon at 2. I had Miami at 3. I had Ole Miss, OU, A&M. I think that's fair. I think that is fair. Because on OU, were they the most impressive versus Auburn? Absolutely not, but they got the win. And they got the win versus Michigan. But I'm going to also say this. All this talk about John Mateer, all this chat. 2 things. Number 1, whether he plays or Michael Hawkins plays, the key should be the same because the players are similar in style. This is not a Gunnar Stockton and Carson Beck situation where you have to prepare for 2 completely different people. That is not the case here with Ben Arbuckle and OU. And we'll see. Kent State, Michael Hawkins is going to run quarterback draw and do some of the delay and scramble stuff. Do they have different tendencies? Sure. Is John Mateer more consistent? Yes. That's why he's there. That's why he transferred there. But at the end of the day, they're both dual threat guys, right-handed, that are going to be moving around, improvising, because they can't run the football with their running backs to save their lives. At least not yet. They have not shown that at all. At all. I don't care if it's Javonte Barnes, Xavier Robinson, Jaden Knott, who they brought in from Cal. They've not been able to run the ball with any of them. The only one that's had any type of success is Blaylock from OU, the freshman. The rest of them have been putrid in terms of trying to establish the run without John Mateer. So he's been a one-man band. But if Michael Hawkins in there, I expect him to be a one-man band. Maybe they leverage the run game a little bit more, screen game. But your keys should not be wildly different whether or not you're playing Mateer or Hawkins. So to me, from a Texas perspective, why am I getting gassed up in all of this? Because we're prepared to beat whatever quarterback you put out there. They both the same style. It's not like we're preparing for one pocket passer and one running quarterback. That's not the case. And the second point is this. Assuming it's Mateer and assuming he's full strength, assuming everything is fine, let's pretend he didn't have a thumb surgery. This is the Heisman candidate Mateer walking in. This big bad wolf only put up 24 points against Auburn and only put up 24 points against Michigan. It's not like this. That's not Dylan Gabriel numbers at OU when they were averaging 35 points a game in the good games against the good teams. They put up 34 on us. If your ceiling is 24 points as an offense with John Mateer doing all of that, he had to do all of that to get 24, and that's the ceiling. And I do believe Texas has a better defense than Michigan. I do believe Texas has a better defense than Auburn. Okay. If that's your ceiling coming into the game, good luck, OU. When we get there. We focus on Florida right now, but I'm just throwing that out there because we were talking about some of the ops. Just saying. They gassing him up because he's been clutch, and he has. Has he been timely? He has. Has he been good in the big games? He has. All that to get a whopping 24 points. The money and where that game will be won is between the OU defense. That's their moneymaker, not Mateer. Their moneymaker is the defense. They just needed an offense to be serviceable to where they weren't getting left out in the cold. That's what they needed, and he's given them that. And I applaud them for that. But Arch in this offense, that's why we've been on their ass too. Because if they can at least establish a floor of their own, then that changes the whole conversation about this thing. So think about that. Because the floor with Quinn Ewers was 30 points a game. That was the floor. And that's another reason why, they didn't really, no matter what, think about the OU games. Even the one that we lost, we never were below 30 points. Jose Rodriguez said, do you like Sark's play calling so far this season? Been too vanilla for me. Real quick, I actually think his play calling has been fine. I'm going to push back a little bit, and here's why. Arch has not pulled the trigger on a lot of the explosives. Some of the stuff that has been there has been more of lack of execution versus lack of play design or getting somebody open. For example, the interception that happened in the UTEP game where Arch reverse field and threw it into the end zone on 4th down, Sark had drawn up an easy beater to Parker Livingston to hit him on that quick game, right, on 4th and 3. That's not bad play calling or bad play design. That's the player didn't pull the trigger. So we gotta discern between the two. What's up, Jordan? What's up, Eric? How y'all fellas doing?
What's good?
Doing all right, man. Actually, real quick, if I just piggyback off something you said there, in terms of the play calling, that was Jose Rodriguez's question, play calling versus execution. I couldn't agree with you more, as someone who's kind of around this team day in, day out. It's so easy, and there's no way to say this without sounding like I'm bashing fans, but it's easy to look at the result of a play if it didn't work and be like, all right, it was a bad play call, right? Steve ain't calling the right play. There is a measure of, and listen, Steve isn't above critique. He's not above criticism, but you got to go out there and execute.
100%.
Man, the complaints about Sark play calls from fans are like when you're at a college game and it's just like, oh, line, you got to block better, Like, come on. Where it's just like, man, you want to turn around. Like, who just said that?
Yeah,
I don't know. I mean, they didn't need wizardry from the play calling the last 3 games versus Ohio State. That's a little different, but I think he called a good enough game to where Texas could have won had Arch Manning not been going through whatever he was going through. And then obviously, you know, the UTEP San Jose State games weren't pretty, but I mean, they won and they didn't reveal much, and Arch Manning obviously struggled. So I don't know. I'm fascinated to see this weekend's game versus Florida.
Me too. And the last thing I'll add too with Jose, because some fans have said, where are the screens? Why aren't we running more screens? Why aren't we doing this? Well, as a play caller, I'm not going to call something where y'all aren't executing. I already know you haven't executed in practice. Our perimeter blocking with our tight ends, our perimeter blocking with our receivers has been trash so far. Yeah. It has not been up to the standard where it was with the previous group or the previous offensive line. So I can't cook that up on the menu when I know I don't have the ingredients yet. And so that's why some people just think, oh, he's not calling it. He's not calling it for a reason, right? And so to just piggyback on there, I mean, those are things we have to consider. And when he called the screen in the Sam Houston game and Khalid Lockett gets blown up for -10, it's because they didn't block, right? It's not bad play calling or anything. I can only call what we can do. Right.
Yeah. I mean, hey, it's the same reason last year there was no downfield shots past like week 4. Because, I mean, why would you run that if you can't accurately throw a pass 10 yards downfield? That's why it was Screen City last year and RPO City. So I don't know. But I mean, hey, they've had to replace quite literally every starter from last year, not named Trey Wisner or Ryan Wingo, who wasn't even technically a full-time starter last year. Well, and DJ Campbell, but you get the point. So I don't know. They need a click, and I mean, conference play starts this weekend, so we'll see.
Well, I can't wait to hear y'all's perspective on it. Thanks for having me on, backfilling today. And Eric, Jordan, y'all have a good one, man. Appreciate
yes, sir. Appreciate you. Well, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That is Eric Henry on this wonderful Thursday. Just a little programming note in advance. Big time E. Henry, as they call him, going on Greg McElroy's radio show at 10:30. So we'll be doing the first half with Eric, the back half with Wags. Eric, we talked a lot of Texas football yesterday, so want to get some more broad picture college football stuff. But before that, we do have to talk a little bit more Texas football.
Yeah, of course.
The injury report obviously dropped yesterday at 7 p.m. Any thoughts? I mean, most of this is pretty expected, but also, you know, seeing Malik Muhammad, Phil Smee on there, kind of interesting because they obviously weren't talked about as much as Baxter, Wisner, Emmett Mosley, etc.
Yeah, I'm going to work in reverse, man. CJ being doubtful, I'm not going to lie, that one caught me. And it's Wednesday, right? Or now Thursday. So we'll see what the later reports. I guess for just a reminder for folks, these injury or availability reports, there actually is a reason why they're called availability and not injury, but that's a side tangent for another time. They are produced up until 90 minutes before kickoff. So we'll see what CJ Baxter's status is. I will say this. It's a little, and I don't want to be, you know, gloom and doom, but man, it's just starting to be a little concerning with CJ with some of the injuries. You know, obviously the knee injury suffered in camp, you put that aside, right? It's easy to forget CJ had some of the soft tissue stuff early in his career. What was that? Bama. I think it was Alabama when he suffered that first injury, if memory serves me correct, that paved the way for Jonathan Brooks in year 1, right? So just some of that stuff is a little concerning for a guy who has, you know, so much potential. You're trying to tap into that. The obvious one for me is Emmett Mosley now being listed as questionable. Jordan, I do wonder the way that Steve has talked about Emmett Mosley over the past few weeks. I wonder how much of that is just like, all right, let's just make him questionable, right? Versus doubtful or probable, because it almost feels in a way. I think there was one point, it might have been after the Ohio State game, where Steve said Emmett is a few weeks away. I believe, don't hold me to that, but I believe he may have said that after Ohio State. After that, it's been, he's progressing well, kind of maybe, you know, kind of that half in, half out kind of perspective, right?
Mm-hmm.
It would be, I guess for lack of a better phrase, like a refreshing surprise if Emmett Mosley is out there on Saturday, because I do wonder, Jordan, what he brings to this offense to kind of piggyback off of what, Fanatic Perspective was talking about. He's supposed to be one of the guys who's that gritty, guys willing to get out there, block on the perimeter, open up things both in the run game and in the screen game, right? So interested to see how that shakes out. But yeah, the biggest thing for me taking a look at this report was CJ being doubtful and Emmett Mosley actually being listed as questionable.
Yeah, and hey, Alex January not on the report, expected to play on Saturday in Gainesville. The Emmett Mosley stuff, man. I love the running bit from the Texas faithful. Like, is this even a real person? Does he exist? He does exist. I saw him on the field at the Sam Houston State game, walked right past me, had some chains on. So, I don't know. Still, he might not be playing, but he's been cashing those checks. We know that. So, he very much does exist. As far as Florida, the players they're missing, they're going to have 5 guys out. I know some of these were expected. Yeah. Like LJ McCray, who Jose asked, wasn't he a 5-star? Yes, he was, I believe, a top 5 prospect for us in the 2024 class. Kind of that, interior D-line projection, but a bit of a edge D-line tweener, could play 5 tech outside the tackle in between the guards. I mean, there's a lot of versatility with him and potential, but the problem with him, he isn't, quite played up to that potential quite yet. He's had injuries, and also, I mean, you have to remember the closer you are to the line of scrimmage, the harder it is for a true freshman to play and actually make an impact. Like, outside of Colin Simmons and Dylan Stewart, can anyone name any difference makers at the edge rushing position that did anything as true freshmen? You really can't. And those guys are freaks. That's why they were 5-stars, right? So each 5-star is a little different. McCray was going to be a longer burn, and I mean, his recruitment was a huge win for Florida. He was kind of their first, not their first because they did get Lagway, but one of their first big wins in the NIL era where they came with the biggest offer and weren't going to lose the recruitment no matter what for such a top-ranked, in-state prospect. The thing is, I'm pretty sure he's out for the year. Yeah, I'm pretty sure after game 3, he got surgery that's going to keep him out the rest of the year. Some Florida fans, it is kind of a crazy lunatic fan base. I mean, so is Texas, as most SEC schools are. There is a decent amount of Florida fans who think he's kind of playing the game by getting this surgery and not playing the rest of the year and then going into the portal, because he did appear in 4 or less games this season before that surgery happened. So, hey, maybe LJ McCray is one of the top D linemen in the portal. Outside of him, I'm not super aware of what, the expectations were regarding playing. Eric, can you speak on, do you know anything about Webb, Gates, Jackson, or Johnson?
Yeah, no, Dijon Johnson was their top corner, right? Dijon Johnson got banged up, is going to miss the rest of the year. So obviously we talked about this yesterday. That's where Kermani McLean's going to have to step up. Aaron Gates is a guy who they were trying to rotate in at star. He wasn't a full-time player at star, but someone, I'm trying to think of someone kind of like a Warren Roberson type, right? Maybe someone like he has value to the defense. Kobe Black has value to the defense, but isn't playing full-time reps. I want to say Jordan's playing something like 78 snaps per Pro Football Focus this year. So, was getting some burn, but, not starter level reps there. So yeah, in terms of, I think the big thing to take away from it with McCray, Gates, and Johnson is Florida's defense was a strength of this team as is. So when you're trying to prop up an offense that's complete dog crap, you need every piece possible, right? So that's kind of the big takeaway there for me.
Yeah, forgot to mention him up here too. Kobe Black is kind of interesting that he's on here. And I mean, I think, Malik Muhammad, he's obviously listed as probable. We can expect him to play. And Kobe Black is questionable, who knows? But man, if Malik Muhammad or if Kobe Black and or Malik Muhammad's out, I mean, might be the most we've ever seen up to this point from Cade Phillips. The staff loves him. They want him to, they're looking at him and Grayson Littleton as starters next year in 2026. So, big games for Littleton, also back in I mean, not really his home state. He did 3 years of high school in Florida, but is originally from Kansas. Most people don't know that. So I don't know. Excited for it, though. And, I mean, it'll be a big game for these corners. Like, yes, Lagway has struggled, but they have NFL receivers. They have NFL personnel. Aiden Mizell, Jaden Baugh, those are players that will be drafted. Dallas Wilson, 5-star true freshman. This will be his season opener for him. He missed the first 4 games of the year, or 5, whatever it's been for Florida, with an injury. And he is a player that Texas very much wanted. They actually snuck him on campus for this like unofficial visit in the summer going into his senior year when he was an Oregon commit, just to try to get him to campus because they knew an OV would get shot down by Oregon. So if Texas, who very rarely will ever be that quiet about visits, usually it's for players they really want and covet. Xavier Filsaime was one of them at one point. And, you know, with Wilson being one of them, it shows you kind of who he is. And, I mean, he also had, like, I know it's a spring game and it was an inter-squad scrimmage, but he had, like, 2 touchdowns and just went stupid in their spring game. And we went over 180 yards. So, we have him, another true freshman that's really talented, who has actually played this year, Vernell Brown III. I believe he's on pace to make, like, about every true freshman All-American team that exists. I believe he's already over 300 or 400 yards at this point in the year. And his father, Vernell Brown II, or junior, whatever you want to call it, I believe played at Florida. You might know better than this. And he now is an agent and manages a lot of players. I know he's Anthony Richardson's like agent or businessman, whatever you want to call it. So CB said this offense could use Thatcher Milton. I don't know about that. But we won't ever forget the spring game.
The Thatcher Milton game.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to hit on some of these comments real quick.
Yep.
Jack Burton said OU is being portrayed as a better team than they are. Auburn beat Southern Alabama by only 2 touchdowns at home. I mean, OU without Mateer is a different team as far as Auburn goes. I mean, welcome to the Hugh Freeze experience. Antoine said Keave Brown commits to Boise State. Yeah, it looked like USC was going to take him for a minute, but, I mean, hey, Boise State, he was the kind of developmental upside tight end prospect Texas looked at. They had him on for an OV, and it looked like they were going to take him, and then they didn't. He is also well known for being the son of Max Brown or Travis Brown, whatever the MMA UFC fighter is. I'm not into that.
Say Max Brown is a former SC quarterback, but I knew you meant Travis Brown. Yeah.
Yeah. And then his stepmom is Ronda Rousey. He's also well known for that. Yeah. Antoine said Texas A&M's Mario Craver has more receiving yards than Texas's top 2 receivers combined. Yeah. Yep. So this is something interesting I wanted to talk about at some point in this episode. Antoine said the offensive line needs to be reshuffled. Connor Stroh and Brandon Baker are struggling. Agreed. So yesterday I put out a story with quotes from Nicholas Robertson. He is an interior offensive line commit for Texas in the 2026 class at a Klein High in the North Houston area. He mentioned a guy from our Houston Cougars 24/7 site was at his game last week and interviewed him for me. And he asked, what have been your thoughts on the Texas O-line? Obviously, they struggled at times, 4 new starters, all that. And he pretty much said, I'm still confident in that group. And also, we have to remember they're still shuffling guys around trying to figure out who's going to be the long-term starter. This is a kid who has multiple weekly conversations with Kyle Flood, Mitch Salati, Deron Gatewood, the offensive line analysts. So that was interesting. Obviously commits, they get inside info sometimes. I'm not sure exactly what that means going forward, but I mean, if it is the case, I would love to see some shuffling. I would love to see Nato Yumio-Zulu get some SEC reps in conference play. And Brandon Baker, I mean, as much as he struggled at times this year, whether penalties or just getting beat, like the drop-off from Connor Stroh to Nato Yumio-Zulu is much closer than it will be from a Brandon Baker to a Jaden Chapman, right, or a Cole Hudson playing in a pinch, or a Nick Brooks playing as a true freshman. So, unfortunately, with Baker, it might not be the best week-to-week performance, but they don't really have any other options that wouldn't hurt them even more. And I would agree, Bayless, that there is no way Wisner won't play, especially if Baxter is doubtful. David Keith Williams asked, what is your view of 24/7 now listing Felix Ojo as their number one overall recruit in the entire class? So that was actually a glitch this morning. I don't know how it happened, but Ojo went from 6 to 1 in the country, and everyone who was ranked 1 through 5 slid down a spot. It has since been fixed and updated to what it originally was with Ojo at 6. As far as where he could finish, probably somewhere between 10 and 20 is where I would personally project it. Here's a good one. Eric, what are your thoughts on this? Jack Burton asked, is there a need to rush people back for this game?
Jack, I guess it depends on who you mean by people, right? If we're talking about CJ Baxter, I would say no, provided, as we just established, if CJ doesn't go, Trey Wisner is going to go, right? So you have enough there between Trey, Jarrett Gibson. Can't put the ball on the ground. Going to be some, weather elements there. You have to hang on to the pill, right? But you got enough there. I guess outside of that, I mean, if you're talking about maybe like an Emmett Mosley, that's one where Jack, I think at some point he's got to get in the game, right? And Jordan, I'm going to lean on you here a little bit for this, right? As best I understand it from researching and trying to talk to a handful of people, a kid I covered at FIU actually played at Stanford the last 3 years, was been their leading tackler, was a Mike linebacker, a kid named Gaithan Bernadelle. I asked him, I was like, yo, what's the deal with Emmett Mosley's like injury? And he without giving away too much, basically said like, yeah, it was kind of a lingering thing, but once he was back, he was good to go. This is an injury, as best I understand, he suffered his senior year of high school or at some point in time in high school, and it kind of lingered through his freshman year of college. If this is going to be a thing, right, then I get a little concerned. But he's the guy I would point to if there was one player I'd say I want to see him back, just because I think in order for Texas to get to where they want to go, Emmett Mosley is going to be part of this lineup at some point in time, right? And does that come versus OU? You stick him back in there, right? Is that like the first game you want to get him in there? Is it Kentucky, right? Like I think if there's a time, like if Emmett Mosley can go this week, I think he needs to go.
Agreed. I agree with everything you say. And I mean, is what you and Fanatic perspective are saying, like the perimeter blocking at receiver has not been the standard it usually is in the Sarkisian era. Like Jordan Whittington, obviously, guys like him, Xavier Worthy, it drove me crazy whenever they would throw screens to him when he would be the blocker. But he did give effort at least and tried his best. Ryan Wingo at times this year, it's been like, does he just not care the ball isn't going to him? Because, I mean, some of the blocking stuff on screens or just other plays, it's been his fault that tackle for loss happens or the play gets blown up or redirected. So I'd love to see more out of him as far as blocking. DeAndre Moore is obviously a great blocker. I think it was a big, big, big thing for Texas getting him back for Sam Houston. But, I mean, that's one of the things the staff loved about Mosley out of the portal, that, he's a true freshman that played hard and played like a vet and is one of those guys that is always going to be in the correct spot, kind of like DeAndre Moore. So I'm with you, man. I definitely think if he can play, he has to play. What other stuff do we have here? Yeah. Here's a good one. David Keith Williams asked, Malik Muhammad being injured is something I really have not previously heard. I wonder what the actual injury is. Yeah, we're unsure. I watched the entire cornerback room go through, their full warm-up period from before they put on pads and everything else. And he wasn't limping. He wasn't doing anything specific, anything off to the side by himself to rehab anything. So he either got dinged up this week in practice or it happened versus Sam Houston at some point. Okay, Antoine. Fact check me on Vernell Brown. Okay. Sorry, I'm looking at some of it. Here's one for you.
No. Go ahead. My bad.
Jose said, Eric, does Sark still have the same glitter in his eye for this team like he had this summer? Maybe Sark envisioned them being more advanced on offense.
Jose, that's a fair question. It's a good question. With Steve, Steve's a guy you kind of have to read between the lines a little bit, right? And I will give you this example. And Jordan, I think you and I may have talked about this last week. It's the Arch Manning example, talk about him running. I'm sure we've all heard the quote, right? we're never going to major in the quarterback run. I always forget if he says major or PhD. I'm pretty sure Steve has used the word major. We're never going to major in the quarterback run or offense. That was the line I heard Steve Sarkisian say so many times, even going back to last year, right, when Arch was in the game. If you listen a little closely, his words, I don't want to say he's waffling or flip-flopped, but his words have been more like, hey, Jordan, I'm sure you've heard this. Well, Arch is a guy, I think maybe he uses his legs a little bit early and gets him going in the game, right? Maybe it gets him going a little bit. Maybe, Arch, he's such a good athlete, maybe he's taking advantage of those opportunities. I'm using that, Jose, to say that I think Steve is still very optimistic about this offense. But when you hear him talk about certain aspects, I do 1000% believe maybe what he envisioned for this offense entering the year has evolved a little bit. Maybe he's realizing, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, maybe he's realizing, okay, it might not look exactly the way we schemed it up, but the way we kind of, built this team to look through the offseason, but there's still a way to achieve some of the things they want to do offensively. So I know it's kind of a long-winded answer, but you got to listen to the words, the devil's in the details. I do think things are evolving a little bit from the way he would have wanted them. And does that mean more or less advanced? I'll go back to something Jordan said when we were in crosstalk, right? I don't think changing the way you do things means you're less advanced. Jordan called it out. This team wanted to push the ball down the field last year, right? But once you realize at a certain point, it ain't hitting. All right, we have these dynamic playmakers, Golden, Bond, etc. Gunnar Helm was actually really good on screens, right? Let's just give them the ball and get the ball in their hands that way and make it happen. And I think that's the shift or evolution that I think you're going to have to see from this offense, really starting this week, in my mind.
Yeah. And I mean, Rodney Smith with a great point here too, saying I think he could say that about all of the Longhorn fan base. Fortunately, he's correct. The expectations were higher for this offense. So yeah, all right. This is an interesting question or an interesting comment. David Keith Williams said, to be perfectly honest, I would much prefer Warren Roberson being in the corner rotation rather than blocking on punt returns and kick returns. I think he has the ability to cover where he can play more. So I was talking to someone very close, not in the program, but close to the program. I practice every now and then. And we were just talking about the Texas DBs. This is a couple weeks ago. And I brought up Warren. And I'm like, it's kind of fascinating to me that he hasn't worked out because I loved him as a high school prospect and really thought, he'd be contributing outside of primarily special teams by this point. This person said it's crazy because they said Warren probably has the best man cover skills on the team. It's just lack of trust. Bingo. Lack of trust. So much so to the point that this person, when I kind of asked them to expand more on it, sorry, I'm trying to find this video so I can say it. Said he will blitz and cover 2, but can strap any of the receivers one-on-one. So there's the problem. It's trust. I mean, it's kind of, I think, a similar reason why Connor Stroh has been playing and Nato Umeozulu has not been. They need to trust you. So I'm big on Warren Roberson. I'd love to see him play more, but I mean, it's hard to want to move him off special teams when he is still getting special teams flags. He had one in the UTEP game. So yeah. Eric, we got 3 more minutes. Anything specific you want to hit on for Texas UF or big picture before you get out of here?
No, I'll go this. We talked about Brandon Baker on the offensive line. I'm still toying around with what I want to ask Steve when we talk him in 11:30. I'm kind of waffling between perimeter blocking and like how much of what you want to do offensively is based around having adequate perimeter blocking / what can Emmett bring there, or just asking, hey, what's been your assessment of Brandon Baker before games, right? I do think that's something to keep an eye on at right tackle, because I think you nailed it, right? When people say, all right, such and such isn't working out, the question I always ask is, all right, well, who are you going to put in, right? And is the drop-off, if there is one, right, between who you want to take out and who you want to put in, what is it, right? Or like, is there a boom or bust factor? Because I think this isn't, I didn't wake up this morning intending just to like crap on fans, right? It's not my intent, but you can't ignore the boom or bust factor when it comes to certain players, because as cliche as it is, Jordan, it's real. Like, you can't be that DB who is going to pick off 10 passes, but also get, burnt for 5 touchdowns in a season.
Trayvon Diggs.
Thank you. I didn't want to say Trayvon Diggs, but you nailed it, right? Like, you can't, Jordan, I think you'd agree. You can't have 11 guys who are all just like steady in the right spot. Like, that'll win you some games, right? But it won't win you the big games. You eventually need like a Colin Simmons or someone who, for however much freelancing they do, can go out and get a big play. But you can't have 5 guys who are going to freelance and be boom or bust, right? So that's kind of my question there with Brandon Baker. I'm just curious how much of this is kind of like, hey, he's the guy for this year, barring injury or just him completely falling flat on his face. He's the guy. He's going to be the guy at right tackle, as opposed to, hey, maybe seeing what else you may have out there. Because Steve and Kyle Flood, they weren't shy about making the switch to Connor Stroh, right? If they believe, there's a better option. So that's definitely what I'm kind of focusing on here when we talk to Steve Sarkisian at 11:30 today.
Yeah. I don't think we realized in the moment when Andre Kojo went down for the year just how important that'd be. Because imagine if Kojo's a right tackle right now, let's say he beats Brandon Baker out. I personally have always thought Brandon Baker, if he plays tackle in college, it is only the right side. In fact, so much so, Brandon Baker never took a snap at the high school level playing left tackle. This was in high school. They were not comfortable with him playing left tackle in high school. So he played right side only, right? And because of that, I viewed him as a right tackle or a guard. I think if he ever plays in the NFL, he's playing guard. So if Kojo didn't get hurt, was able to beat Baker out at right tackle, maybe we'd be seeing Brandon Baker at left guard right now. It's something interesting to think about. So, he's the main thing out of the coach's mouth whenever they hit on Brandon Baker or, compliment him, talk about him in press conferences is how smart he is. Maybe he can play center. Not all guys can do that. You got to be able to make calls and obviously snap the ball accurately too. But, I don't know. I really do think that Kojo injury was very overlooked at the time. And, me as well. I don't know. Jose, I saw this comment about buttering up Sark on his BYU playing days. Yeah, Sark, we're, 26 years away from your performance versus such and such. Any thoughts on the Cocaine QB documentary? I don't know. Thought that was good. David Keith Williams said, in a lot of ways, Warren Robertson and Keaton Crawford are, texting Wags, are very similar. They both are very good athletes. They have the talent to play at Texas. Crawford is a better athlete than Warren Robertson ever is. But I think Warren is a better football player. But not saying a ton. Like, Keaton Crawford got drafted into the NFL to play special teams. And he was selected before Quinn Ewers. But yeah. And yeah, this is a great point, too, with Warren Robertson. There's just something you can't always put your finger on to determine why they're not consistently better than their play actually shows. So, yeah. But anyways, I would like to hopefully this is a free story. I now have to – I primarily use Safari, but Google Chrome changed something on here to where I can only screen share with Chrome tab. So copy and pasting everything over here. But wanted to share something. So there's obviously a lot of college jobs already open. I think 4 or 5 of them already. There will be more that open. It's setting up to be the most active coaching carousel since the 2021-22 offseason when Billy Napier took Florida. Lincoln Riley took USC. Obviously, Venables took OU. Who else moved around that cycle? Brian Kelly took LSU, but here are 11 Power 4 coaches that are 500 or worse since the 2022 season. And this is going into this weekend's games. So if you've played any games this year, they're on here. Pat Narduzzi is 50%, 21-21. Greg Schiano at Rutgers, 21-22, 48.8%. Billy Napier, 20-22 as Florida's head coach, 47.6%. Dave Aranda is under 500 since 2022. Oh boy, we got on 3 ads, full screen ads, I guess. Shout out to them. Not really. That scared me. I thought that was something you put on the screen. But no, Dave Aranda, 2023. I thought that was kind of crazy because Sam Pittman's record since 22 is also 20-23. No one talks about talks about Aranda like they have Pittman. Justin Wilcox, 20-23 as well. Mark Stoops, 20-24. He is a $40 million buyout.
Yeah, what is that about?
Great question. Clark Lee, 19-23, but each year the record has improved. Brent Pry, who was already fired, was 16-24, and then Tony Elliott at Virginia is 15-24. But hey, the Wahoos are, I think, 4-0 or 5-0. Maybe they have 1 loss. Not sure. Not bad.
Yeah, didn't they just upset Florida State too? Didn't
they? Yeah. So they either have 1 loss or 0 losses on the year, and then God, you really can't get ads off the screen now.
It's you're good, dude. As long as it's not. Well, you can tell a lot by a person by the ads that come up on their screen, right? As long as what I mean. Like, I usually get like the Viagra and the.
I never use Chrome, and you have to use Chrome to screen share. So these are just randomized.
Yeah, that's all I use. Why don't you use Chrome? I feel like Chrome's like my default. Like, is there something wrong with Chrome?
I've just always used Safari because it's just already on the Mac, and it's the same.
Oh, you're a Mac guy, right on.
Yeah. All right. So these are the winningest coaches since 2022. Steve Sarkisian coming in at 7th, 36-11, 76.5%. Kirby Smart, 42-5, highest percentage of 89.3. Kind of interesting.
Drinkwitz. That's like.
Yeah, Mizzou's
32. So undersold and undersung, right? Like,
yeah, but I mean, look at this. He's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's the 6th best coach in the SEC since 2022. So
right.
Brett
Lashley, he's just not on my radar for some reason.
Yeah,
like I got Norville over Drinkwitz for some reason, and people like Lincoln Riley.
Yeah. No, it's kind of nuts. Joey McGuire, Brent Venables right next to each other.
Look at Venables struggling mightily, dude.
Yeah. All right. Someone brought up James Franklin. Antoine said people shit on James Franklin, who has a better win percentage than Sark. Well, you want to know why they shit on James Franklin? Wags, do you know why they shit on James Franklin?
Can I take a guess?
Take a guess.
Here's why I shit on James Franklin, right? It's a favorable schedule, or it feels like a very favorable schedule for Penn State. It almost feels like not just this year, but also last year too. It feels like the entire NCAA were trying to force a way for, that's why I call them Franklin's favorites, force a way for Penn State to will them into the playoff and then have a way to find the postseason or national championship. And this is after Michigan not even having to throw the ball in the second half against the Big Ten championship. This is and that was on full display, right, in their conference championship. And still the committee is trying to get Penn State into the national championship game. So much so that they gave them a cupcake schedule. All schedule is a cupcake schedule, except for, take the exception of Oregon and Ohio State out of the Big Ten, right? But besides that, like, Franklin is out of excuses. He can't win. He's supposed to have a stud quarterback in Aller. So I don't know. Well, I'm not big on Penn State. Never have been. I think he is a coach that definitely underperforms with the talent that he has surrounding him. Your thoughts? Am I off? How do you feel about that take?
He's big game James, 4-21 against top 10 teams. This is a hilarious post, by the way, from a Penn State fan. It says James Franklin is now 4-21 against top 10 teams, a whopping 16% winning percentage. However, either you win or lose a game. That is 50% probability. He should actually have won 12.5 games. His current win percentage of, I'm not even going to read that number, is statistically improbable. Therefore, everyone is cheating against my team. Crazy. And Jake Bayless said the record is 1-18 when it's versus Big Ten teams ranked in the top 10. Big game James.
More Connor Stallions out there, just in the stands, just cheating on Penn State, I guess. Yeah, and that's just it too. Like you're not familiar with like the East Coast and like the Penn State fandom and how just delusional that fan base is too, right? Like,
no,
I know that Texas gets a lot of shit for always being kind of hyped up and just kind of drinking the orange Kool-Aid. But you go up to the Northeast, and Happy Valley is 10 times as bad as what Texas. At least Texas wins, right? Penn State had one since the 80s, or at least it doesn't feel like that, right? Like, when's the last time Penn State was relevant? Seriously, like, it's been a while. It's been a long time.
Relevant
it was
now.
Such a big deal when they were in the Final Four last year.
They can't win the big one, but they're relevant now.
No, for sure. And they've always kind of been relevant in the regular season too. Like even back, I guess, in the early aughts, right? But still, like, I guess after the whole, Joe Pa thing went down, like they've, they lost a lot of luster, man, a lot of prestige, and rightfully so.
Yeah. I'm just gonna roll through some tweets.
Sure. Let's rock, man. I mean, I'm at your leisure, dude. Go ahead.
Awesome. So we talked about big game James. Have you seen, I don't know how much LSU Twitter you're on, Wags, but a lot of tinfoil hats in the Bayou Bengals fan base that believes Garrett Nussmeier's injured.
Oh, throwing shoulder?
Yeah, so they were very vague.
I've heard rumors and rumbles about it, but I didn't look at it extensively.
Yeah, so in fall camp, it was like LSU did not come out with this first. Someone else reported per sources like, Nussmeier going to miss a few days of camp. Minor injury. They don't want to make it major. They're playing it very safe. Brian Kelly, he was asked about it, said he's fine. We're just being precautionary. He's our starting QB, QB1. He's the man on the team. He's our guy. And he has not played well. He has played worse than he has last year, and they've upgraded at receiver. While downgrading on the offensive line, and they also have a 0 run game. So kind of anytime LSU plays, it is all on his shoulders. Their defense has definitely improved, but everything on offense is on his shoulders because they don't have a run game. So with that, everything's amplified. The defense, they can just send 6 and blitz because, maybe they run it, maybe they don't. They're probably passing it, and we can get home because the O-line stinks. So that's why LSU has been the way it is. And with Nussmeier,
so you're saying they're capped or limited?
Yes. People are pulling up videos of Nussmeier from last year and Nussmeier from this year and putting it side by side, and everything is different. The throwing motion's different, his footwork is different, and there's a lot more out of the arm, and he's not really generating power out of his feet. So when asked about it this week, Brian Kelly revealed it was an oblique injury from the summer. They never shared that injury until now. But when you look at him throw, it's like,
oblique on the throwing side?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's like,
that would make more sense.
I mean, it has to be with the throwing motion, the side by side. So, yeah. But LSU is, agree with Jake Bayless. They've been very stinky. And yes, Nathan, I agree with what you said. But the Nussmeier videos, you can literally see his full body throwing the ball side by side, and it's different. And there's multiple examples of it. Just watch LSU versus Ole Miss. He's throwing all arm. And I think it is much more obvious, or you can at least – it's much easier to assume he is injured based off what he's throwing like compared to Arch Manning. Yeah. Also –
is that narrative still out there that Arch is hurt?
Yes. I mean, if it isn't, it'll return his first incompletion on Saturday.
Right. The first drop back. No, I got
you. So, yeah. Wags, listen to this. Dylan Gabriel going to start for the Cleveland Browns on Sunday. He's the 41st Browns quarterback to start since 1999. 1999.
Where did you pick up on the Browns? Where in life, where did you pick up on their campaign for quarterbacks here?
That's a great question because, Wags, I don't really remember. The good thing is we have Twitter and we have this amazing photo. So
okay, so hold on. Let's get in here. Detmer, I remember Detmer. I don't remember when. Who the hell was Peterson?
I came in. I started. I'm young enough to where my first exposure to Browns football, I'm pretty sure Colt McCoy was actually playing for them.
Colt McCoy. Oh, damn. Okay. Who the hell was Peterson? Help me out here, chat. Who was Peterson? I remember Kelly Holcomb. That was like out of nowhere. Where's big Tim Calchat? Where's Calchat?
He's on the top.
Oh shit! I see. Okay, I'm so all the other damn banners and placards beneath of them has got my distraction. Yeah, so Holcomb is the guy that replaced Couch, right? And Holcomb actually got the Browns to the playoffs in the early aughts. I want to say around like 2003, 2004 maybe. And then it just kind of the Browns, dude, just kind of got in the way. Dilfer, I remember Dilfer. I don't remember McCown. Charlie Fry. I remember Charlie Fry. Ken Dorsey. That Miami team was sick, dude. Ken Dorsey's supposed to lead the Browns out of the dump. No way, it didn't happen, dude. Brady Quinn getting passed on all first round and then coming back to him, trying to draw this narrative in the draft room, and he's always wanted to be a Brown. Look at him with the Browns jersey on when he was a kid. That's 30. How many is that? 31?
44 since 99 or 41 since 99. Okay. What is going on here? This has to be for Deshaun Watson, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Is this like an anti-sexual assault logo or something? I've never seen this flag or logo or whatever this is. I just don't know. But it has to be Deshaun Weinstein.
That's I don't know what that is.
Yeah,
I'll have to look that up.
But
it's probably a good thing that we don't have to have that in our life, or we don't know what that is, right?
Yeah. And by the way, since Baker Mayfield last played for the Browns in 2021, these are the quarterbacks that have played: Case Keenum, Jacoby Brissett, PJ Walker, Jeff Driscoll, Deshaun Weinstein, Jameis Winston, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, Bailey Zapp, Joe Flacco, and Dylan Gabriel. Never ends, man.
PJ Walker can ball
in the XFL.
He won some fantasy games for me, man.
In the XFL.
No. He won some fantasy games. Like when he was at Carolina too, he had a little spell where he was, who the hell was he in for? I don't know. What the hell? The Carolina Panthers went through Baker, Sam, all kinds of shit until they finally arrived at.
Speaking of Baker,
Bryce Young.
Speaking of Baker, every Oklahoma starting QB from 2015 to 2023 is starting in the NFL on Sunday or this week. Baker Mayfield, Jalen Hurts, Kyler Murray, Spencer Rattler, Caleb Williams, and Dylan Gabriel.
How many of them are
6 of the 32 teams in the NFL are starting an Oklahoma quarterback.
How many? 3 of those 6 are Heisman winners?
Yes.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
A la Lincoln Riley, buddy. He does. Look, man, the dude can't cook, can't smoke a brisket to save his life, but he's got that to fall back on, man. That's one hell of a pedigree.
Yeah. Hey, also, here's one for the Cowboys fans. I'm going to show Nick this tomorrow because it makes sense, but it's also kind of crazy. Career record as of today per Pro Football Reference.
Wow.
Tony Romo, 77-49. Dak Prescott, 77-48-1.
Wow. That's insane. And it was supposed to be like the glory days when Romo was there, man. Or at least I can't say the glory days, the saving grace days. I'll say that. Dude, I'm stand on this, man. And I guess it's easier for me to say this because I have Dak in my dynasty league or one of my dynasty leagues. Like Dak had one bad year or 2 bad years, honestly. But Dak's had a tenure in the NFL, and hell, he's had an MVP season. And Jordan, like, I know that it's still probably too early to say this, but in the first half, or at least the first quarter of the NFL season, first 4 weeks, he's played at an MVP level. Like, he's played pretty damn well. And now, like, even I thought he was going to have, some regression here, this past week without, his number one target, CeeDee Lamb. Like, how is he going to be able to supplement, the playmaking ability without CeeDee Lamb? And hell, he got more people involved. It seemed like he had less pressure on him. So, again, like, I don't want to sit there and say it's silver lining to not have your number one tool or your number one weapon, but it looks like this is another MVP type. And I know it's early, but it looked like it's another MVP type of season for Dak Prescott. That is wild, man. Because I hold Tony Romo in high regard for a winning quarterback at Dallas. Is that crazy or is the standard too low for Cowboy fans?
I mean,
it is what it is.
Up to the standard.
They can't change at this point, but
yeah. Okay, so in other stuff on Twitter, I want to talk about. So the NFL, a lot of kickers, they've been pretty damn accurate as of late, especially from deep. Here's something very interesting. I'm surprised this isn't getting talked about more. Maybe I'm just not seeing it. But Vic Fangio says the big story is the NFL's changing of the footballs for the kicking game. He says the kicking balls stay with the team all week and then don't go to the officials. And those balls go right into the game. He says it has drastically changed the kicking game with all these 60-plus yard field goals. Very interesting.
Meaning they're not looked over?
They're not looked over. So people are like, oh, they're putting helium in there.
Inflated? I mean, hey, look, man. I'm not going to discredit any type of team that's trying to get the advantage on it, right? But if they can get away with that, and if there's no inspections, I mean, shit, you ain't cheating if you ain't trying. Isn't that old adage, right? But that does kind of add up.
So what are your thoughts on Connor Stallions in Michigan then? If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. You did just say that.
Yeah, dude. I don't think everybody has a Connor Stallion out there, but if you choose, I'll say this, if you choose to play outside of the rules and you don't get caught, how the hell are we ever going to know, bro? That is a very straddle the trench stance on that, but I don't know. I can't say that I wouldn't take the advantage if I had the opportunity presented to me, right? Like, but if you're gonna take that risk, you ultimately got to pay the piper if you get caught, and that's what Michigan did. So be ready to forfeit anything that you have.
Yeah. Here's a good one. David Arias. I didn't even know this player existed until this morning. Defensive lineman at Syracuse. He's been in college for 8 years.
Jesus. Yeah.
Class of 2018 out of high school.
Started with Florida. Okay.
He's still playing. He did 5 years at Florida, 2 at Cal, and he's now at Syracuse. You have to assume it's his final year. And for those curious, get a job. For those curious, he was playing college football when Kyler Murray won the Heisman. Tua won the Maxwell Award. Jonathan Taylor won the Doak Walker. Jerry Jeudy won the Biletnikoff. And T.J. Hawkinson won the Mackey. That's how long this dude has been in college. 8 years. Pre-COVID. It's ridiculous. This dude better be making six figures out of college.
He's going to be worn out, man.
Huh?
If he gets to the league, he's going to be worn out. He's going to be all busted. The wheels are going to be already battered and bruised already.
Yeah. Hey,
Actually,
I don't know the proper context. I would never post this meme, but there's some meme potential in there with that Matthew McConaughey quote. What does he say? I keep getting older, but the girls keep getting younger or whatever.
No, I get older and they say the same age or whatever. Yeah.
Or whatever he said, yeah. I don't know. Never been a huge McConaughey fan. I like some of his stuff, but other
Man,
stuff.
Have you seen Interstellar?
course, everyone's seen Interstellar.
How do you feel about that? Like that's some of his best shit.
It's great, but like, man, I'll watch Interstellar like once every 3 years.
Have you seen A Time to Kill?
I either have and I forgot about it.
Samuel L. Jackson, Sandra Bullock, Matthew McConaughey.
No, I haven't.
It's pretty graphic, dude. It's worth a watch. Like it's pretty damn good, man.
Interstellar is just so like intense, and you got to follow it to where like I don't watch that movie unless like I'm ready to watch it almost, and I'm not going to look at my phone for the.
Yeah, if you're distracted at one bit of it, you're going to be lost, especially if you hadn't seen it before, right?
Yeah.
All right. How'd you feel about True Detective? Real quick, I'm sorry, dude. You got me down a rabbit hole, dude. How'd you feel about True Detective? And like McConaughey's performance in True Detective, the original first season, if you've seen it.
I absolutely love True Detective season 1. I tried the other season.
Two sucked.
I tried 2, and I'm like, I tried 3. Was like, and I didn't even try 4.
3 was all right. But 4, I couldn't get into 4 either. Jodie Foster, played a decent cop, but it was crazy seeing like the Alaskan, village elders take over, or I guess tribal community take over. It was a weird storyline to follow, but I thought season 3 was pretty damn good, but season 1 was ultimately the best. But yeah, McConaughey's performance in season 1 was killer, dude. Like, I don't know, like it's crazy to hear people say that they're not a fan of McConaughey, especially when they're from Texas. So, but to each their own, man. To each their own.
Yeah, it is also. I know a lot of people.
Jake Palin. Have you seen what about his performance in Tropic Thunder? My guy gets a TiVo, man. He plays and he's so good.
Man, I know a lot of people in Longview. Most of them do not claim McConaughey.
All right, right on.
He went there, I believe, for only a couple years of high school, or just high school, or high school and a little bit of middle school. But I mean, I like him, but some of his stuff, his shtick, it's like, dude, all right, we get it. I don't know. But did talk to him a little bit at the Cotton Bowl, Texas, Ohio State. Asked me to move to the side. I was like, yes, sir. You got it.
That was the extent of the conversation.
Yeah, that was our conversation. Like, hey, man, excuse me. Oh, yeah, you got it. Yes, sir. No, that was like, now this is actually probably stupid of me to tell this one, but 2024 spring game, taking some photos. I'm on a knee on the sideline at DKR. I get a tap on my back. Hey, man, can you move? I got to warm up. Guess who it was? Bert Auburn.
No.
Was never the same from that moment on. So maybe I accidentally space jammed Bert Auburn when he tapped on my shoulder. I don't know. But very nice guy.
Don't put that evil on yourself, man.
Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby?
Share it with you.
Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky
Bobby. Put that evil on yourself,
man. Okay, so there was a comment up here. I did want to talk about this. I read this morning, the story from Front Office Sports, who is reporting the teams aren't using NIL Go anymore since it takes forever for them to approve. For those who don't know, NIL Go is the clearinghouse that was established by the College Sports Commission. They're called the CSC. It is run by Deloitte or through their software. I don't really know any more past that. But basically, let's say, and this is for NIL deals only. Name, image, and likeness. These are not the deals through the collectives. I mean, they are through the collectives, but it's not like the Texas One Fund gives Kate Phillips $500,000 because he's Kate Phillips. Right. It's the Texas One Fund gives Kate Phillips $50,000 because McDonald's hired him to do a social media campaign. They're paying $50,000 to post on social media. So to put that in the clearinghouse to get it approved, you put all that information in. You put the kids' information, the collective's information, the agent's info. All three of those people all have to have an account and everything set up with all their info. They put it in there and they wait. It's up to Deloitte, the CSC, whatever, to approve, deny, or send it back for edits. That can take days. That can take weeks sometimes because every school in the country is using
it. If we're being realistic, probably 3 weeks to a month.
Yeah, because every school in the country is using this, and also like they want their players to be paid as much as possible. But imagine what happens whenever you make only one transfer portal window, which is only going to be 10 or 15 days. Is this shit going to crash in those 2 weeks it's open? Because that's when more deals will be getting put through it than ever before.
Right. It depends on how many servers are supporting it, right?
Exactly. But since schools have to wait weeks on this and their players get pissed, they want the money. They don't know how this shit works. They're 18 to 22-year-old football players. They just go, oh, Coach Hohen, I'm not getting
gratification. They want what they've known since birth, instant gratification. So
exactly. And if you're a coach and your player wants the money and they're saying, you know what, Coach, I might sit out this week. I need my check. You're going to pay him that check, right? And I'm not saying that's what's happening, but it would not surprise me if that is what is happening. So, as like I said earlier, Front Office Sports, they've reported they know of at least 2 schools that are either just not putting any deals in NIL Go and are just doing it under the table and paying the players, or the player, the school, the agent, I put the deal in there, and then they're paying the player before the deal is actually approved and okayed. And with the rules that were put in place with the CSC and NIL Go, the players can lose eligibility and things can be vacated for this.
Like they can actually lose.
Players
They can actually lose NIL
deals.
sponsors, right?
Sorry?
They can actually lose NIL sponsors, right?
Yes, but also like the players can lose some eligibility and some wins could potentially.
Oh, eligibility's forfeited.
Yeah, they can seriously fuck these kids this way if they get paid from a deal that was not okayed and approved by the CSC. And on top of this, the CSC released yesterday an anonymous tip line that is being called the snitch line because it is for people in college sports to report breaking of rules.
Whistleblowers.
Exactly. If that number ever gets out to the public, how many Texas fans are like, yeah, Joy McGuire and Cody Campbell over at Texas Tech. This is what they're doing. You need to investigate. No, kind of a joke, but that would happen if those numbers ever got out to the public. So, yeah. And another very interesting thing. Right now, people are talking about the SCORE Act, the SAFE Act. They both do different things, but are very similar. They just want to have, college sports be safer, have a safer long-term future and something that's secure to where, we won't lose sports or scholarships or whatnot in the future. And to be honest with you, I haven't looked a ton into either of them just because, this is probably not the best mindset to have. But for a lot of stuff with how many rules change every 6 months,
right?
I'm kind of like, all right, I'll wait till someone reports that this is happening. It's done. The voting has been done and we have won this. And these rules are going into effect. Because that is so much easier to follow and know and write about and talk about than it is than every proposal when only 1% of them ever becomes an actual thing. But I did read the thing that caught my eye from the SAFE Act. It would allow players, if it goes through, there's part of it that says it would allow players to return to college after getting drafted. They can't receive compensation from a pro league, and they must declare their intentions to return to school no later than 7 days after the draft.
So this is if they get drafted. A scenario would be like if they get drafted, but they don't make the roster, so they return back to school.
No, it's if they get drafted. Let's say you are Anthony Hill, right?
Okay.
You're going to be a first-round pick in April. The Cleveland Browns draft you. You say, man, fuck Cleveland. I don't want to go there. You don't sign anything, no signing bonus. You don't do any deals where the Cleveland Browns.
You just choose the no-show. You just non-participant.
And you say, see ya. As long as you declare your intentions to return to college football within 7 days, you will be able to play the next year. This is a horrible idea.
I ruled that scenario out. Like I think that everybody that gets drafted would be grateful to play, but
unless it's like a kid who comes from a family with a lot of money that's like, I can just play in the year in college.
No, I got you.
Well, it's interesting though,
because like not my reality. So.
I highly doubt this goes through because one, you are capped at your scholarship amount. In the SEC, it's 85. The other conferences, it's 105. 100. When you lose players after a season, they go in the portal league or they go in the draft. You stop accounting for those players in your salary cap and the way you manage your roster. So let's say this happens where Texas They lose some players to the portal. They sign some from high school recruiting that gets added, and they add some players to the portal. And they're at 85 scholarships by the end of January because the only portal window will be in January. And then 3 months later, Anthony Hill wants to come back. How the fuck is that going to work?
Where's he going to go? Like, how are you going to get him on?
Like, if you're Texas, you're kicking off whoever the 85th dude is on the roster for Anthony Hill.
Right.
But what happens to him? Where can he transfer? Because everywhere else is stuck at 85. So that's why I think this is the dumbest thing of all time. It'd be different if there was an April portal window that overlapped with that 7-day period after the draft. But regardless, this is so stupid.
Yeah, there's a dead zone. There's like
especially on top of the example I used with Anthony Hill getting selected by the Browns, not wanting to go to Cleveland. There are players like Trey Moore. He thought about leaving for the NFL draft last year, but he came back at Texas. Probably either would have gone undrafted or a round 7 pick. But
you don't think that this was done by design to kind of create this clause so that they can't, their hands almost forced that if they get drafted, they have to kind of sign with the team?
I mean,
could that be a, I guess a vision of this?
Well, yeah, but I mean,
you know me, man. I'm really.
I don't think they're thinking that way. I think they're just being stupid and are kind of just being stupid because this makes no logical sense.
I don't live in a world of skepticism, but I mean, hell, if I'm thinking of it, then somebody else has got to be thinking about it, right? Like that's my logic and theory.
What exactly are you asking?
No, I'm saying, like, do you think that this was designed? Like, sure, like maybe it was done by design to where they can't go back to college, or they ultimately have to accept their fate of being drafted by the Browns in Hill's scenario, so to speak.
Yeah. So, I mean, right now, once you declare for the draft, you can't come back to college and play unless you sue the shit out of them and win. As far as Anthony Hill not wanting to go to Cleveland and not signing, you can tell them that in pre-draft and say, hey, I'm not going to fucking sign with you if you draft me. I mean, look at Bo Jackson and the Tampa Bay Bucks, Hugh Culverhouse, right? He did not play for them because they screwed him out of his baseball eligibility. Now, while the Bucks did have the rights to him for a year, he was able
John
to
Elway.
later.
John Elway is the prominent one that comes to my mind.
Yeah, he was later able to sign with the Raiders, but I just think this is so stupid. If it were to go through, though, it's very interesting. The Manning family has played some games in the NFL draft before. Eli Manning, they didn't want him going to San Diego. They wanted him in New York. What if now they can leverage teams even more? It's like, hey, Arch can just go back to school. He redshirted. He has a 5th year. That's going to be interesting. And again, I don't think there's any way this gets through, but it's fun to talk about,
Sure, yeah. I like the hypothetical.
Yeah. David Keith Williams said Bert Auburn will remain a historic kicker in the Texas Longhorns record books based on this 2023 season. Fun fact, Bert Auburn is the all-time leading scorer in Texas football history.
Really? I mean,
he got ran out of town. Yeah. Kind of crazy.
Usually kickers do lead the league, don't they, in scoring?
Yeah. I mean, they have a point every time this team scores a touchdown and obviously field goals. Patrick asked, did you see the NIL thing with Virginia Tech? They're taking away their NIL if redshirted. This is also a great conversation. A lot of fans, so the redshirt rule, if you appear in 4 or less regular season games, you can keep your red shirt. If you appear in 5 or more, you can't.
Right.
Playoff games, bowl games do not count towards the red shirt game track or whatever.
Regular season.
So people are asking, if we're a Florida fan, wouldn't it make more sense to fire Napier in November so that players can't go in the portal now? Well, that doesn't really matter because everyone is playing a season and these players can't play this year. They can't play until next year, and they can't even transfer into that actual other school until at least Thanksgiving or winter break. And so, like, opening the portal window for 30 days because the head coach got fired really does nothing because those players can't do anything.
Right.
And also, no one, yes, tampering is going on right now, but no one is actually making a shit ton of portal evaluations and building a portal board. And I can guarantee you There is no one in college football that's like, oh, we got to check out these 3 Virginia Tech transfers that never played that just went in the portal.
Right.
No one does that. And so as far as the question about is it fair that these teams who fired their head coaches, they're having some players either say, I'm sitting out the rest of the year, I'm redshirting, or they're saying that and also adding, I'm going in the portal right now. Those teams are saying, all right, well, you're not getting paid anymore then. You're not going to get your NIL checks. You're not going to get your rev share checks.
Yeah, if you're not performing, why should you get paid, right?
Exactly. If you're opting out or if you're going in the portal, why the hell would we continue paying you? I think it's fair. It's totally fair. And that also incentivizes the players to continue playing up until the season ends.
To show up. Exactly.
So yeah. But
funny. You don't show up, you shouldn't get paid. No, that's usually the standard in everywhere you go, right? Like you have to perform to get paid. It's just or at least be there, at least make an appearance.
Yeah, the way the baseball draft works is very interesting to me. I mean, there's like a bajillion rounds. And I mean, Jake Bayless said here, I like how baseball, you can either enter the draft straight out of high school or go to college, but you have to go for at least 3 years. Interesting. And no, Quinn did not have a chance to come back. This is only a proposal. It has not even been voted on, and when it will be, I don't imagine any possible way it passes.
Right.
But yes, Quinn did have another year to play. He could be playing college football right now if he did not go in the draft in April. Yeah, this is true. In 2023, Auburn led the entire nation in points scored and field goals made. Should have been All-American kicker.
What happened?
Yeah, VTech has a lot of issues.
You happened. That's we discovered that today in the conversation. You are what happened to Auburn.
Yeah.
Hey man, can you you're in my way, man. I gotta warm up. So
yeah. But I don't know. Wags, I know we have crosstalk tomorrow during Friday's show, but what games, pro or college, you looking forward to on Saturday, Sunday?
Haven't really given too much thought into it just yet. I've kind of been fried and preoccupied with this pool thing going behind me and getting situated. We finally got the approval from the engineers, or not so much engineers. We got the approval from HOA for our engineer's layout, or I guess our new design for the engineer. Man, it was starting to get a little bit cumbersome or just a little bit worrisome. Big hole in the back of the yard, having to go out and walk the dogs. What's the sense of having a yard if you got dangers and hazards in the yard for the damn dogs? So haven't really looked at the slate too much just yet, besides Florida and Texas. I need to figure out my survivor slate. I'm thinking about taking Kansas City, but I don't want to waste Kansas City because I think they're starting to get right with Zay Worthy coming back and getting healthy again. So San Francisco, like a lot of people are starting to beat up on San Francisco because they've already lost the war, not just the battle, the war of attrition, and going back to Mac Jones here. But Pearsall's out too. So
dude, everyone's out.
Yeah,
Jawan Jennings,
take your pick on the defense too. So
the 49ers versus the Los Angeles Rams tonight on Thursday Night Football are starting Kendrick Bourne, who has been on the team for 2 or 3 weeks on a vet minimum contract. He was an undrafted free agent rookie out of Eastern Washington, I think, same school that Cooper Kupp went to, and then made the team, was with the Niners for like 5 years during the early Jimmy G days.
Patriots too, right?
Yeah, and then he left because the Niners didn't want to pay him. They had to pay Debo and Ayuk, and he left and went to the Patriots, and that's where he'd been. And then they eventually cut him, and he's now with the Niners. So, I mean, dude, they're screwed. DeMarcus Robinson, like
it's
like if the I don't even know what the Rams record is.
A lot of payload's going to be on McCaffrey, man. So hopefully McCaffrey doesn't get hurt. And
both these teams are 3-1. I knew the Niners were, but
weirdly, all right, weirdly. And that's, I don't know, Kittle was out before the beginning of the season or before week 1, wasn't he?
Or no, he played a half, I think. Shit,
I
I
don't
can't
know.
remember.
Hey, people say this about Mahomes all the time. It was not a good receiving core, but at least he had Kelsey and Big Red, and Chris Jones.
In the line, a
what's
pretty
his name?
decent line, too.
Karlaftis and the other. He played for the Seahawks for a minute. He is like a screw loose. Is it Frank Clark? He went to Michigan. Who am I thinking of?
Yes, you are right. You are right, Clark.
Okay, yeah.
You're right.
He I think had 4 or 5 sacks in the Super Bowl. And it's actually because I only know this because Busting with the Boys and they interviewed Stallions before the Netflix doc came out. They were kind of just shooting shit like, hey, any of these former Michigan players you got really tight with in Michigan, do you still talk to them when they're in the NFL? And he was like, yeah. And Frank Clark is who he's tight with, and he'll do and help with like advanced scouting. And that 49ers Chiefs Super Bowl that year, Joe Staley was in his last year playing for the Niners at left tackle. And that was the game Clark had like the 4 or 5 sacks. Stallions figured out from watching every snap Staley played in the games leading up to that in the playoffs that season that he would tip what the play was pre-snap.
Off stance.
By the way his left foot was, it was either he was signaling it's going to be a run or a pass.
Favoring, because like their a tackle's first step is it's 1-2. It's putting stepping back like
but
1-2, right? It's almost like a retreating step.
But the way Staley would line his left foot up, just lining up, it would point a certain way if it was a run play, and it would point another way if it was a pass play. So pre-snap, he knew what was happening, and he had 4 or 5 sacks that game in one Super Bowl. So yeah, Stallions figured that out. Great football mind, but I mean, like that Michigan title has an asterisk. I don't care what people say.
I don't know, man.
You're just defending him because he's a Marine too. We all know it.
No, I'm just saying.
Bro, they cheated their ass off.
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. You take the advantage that lies at your feet. If it's there, present yourself. Sure. Hey, they got caught. They got to atone for it.
Yeah. Have you seen that Netflix doc?
No, not yet.
You need to watch it. Like, I think the reason you're also
on
reacting like
have
this.
You seen Winning Time?
Yeah, I have. But
dude, it's great, man.
The reason you're reacting like this about Stallions, you don't know all the info.
Okay. No, all right.
Bad man. I will say, though, as our final thing, I think you'll enjoy this. I think it is very good for the safety of the United States and civilians that Connor Stallions became a maniac obsessed with Michigan football and literally anything, like not literally anything else. You know what I mean?
We do kind of have that mindset, and I'm sure that there's a lot of veterans that listen to this show. We obsess about a lot of things, right? Over obsess about a lot of things, and it's the training. That training takes over, right? There's a old saying out there that someone in the military or someone in the teams can become a professional or an expert at something overnight, and it's because of over obsessing about it and being able to stay up through wee hours of the midnight and burn the midnight oil and read and go into depth and detail about something and break something down into a finite.
You wanna know how he even ended up in the Navy?
No, don't ruin it because I'll watch it.
Okay, well,
but don't spoil it for me.
So it came out in November of last year, so it's before the NCAA released all their findings and everything. So, I would read up on that after you watch it, but it is well done. There's a lot of info in there, but there's also like a fair amount of stuff they leave up for you to decide. And they asked Connor about it, and he'll like smirk and deny it or whatever, but he did it.
Sure, so, right, yeah.
I don't know.
No, but to answer your question, I don't harbor if somebody's guilty of something, like no one's above the law. Like I don't harbor my own. If you're a Marine and you do something that's bullshit and do something that's below the belt, you're fucking done. Like
I will say, I do applaud Connor Stallions, not for the cheating part, but for just sticking the biggest middle finger of all time to the NCAA. Like what they did, he obviously found out they were investigating, and everyone else he knew that had dirt on him or could rat him out or expose him. He hit them up and was like, just lie. It's not the court of law. They can't do anything to you, and they won't know if what you're saying is true or not. Just lie. And the NCAA has him on like a phone recording saying that to people. So I don't know. And he destroyed his phone and threw it in the bottom of a pond. Hell yeah, brother.
So I had before. I know we got to get out of here, but I'm not going to dox the guy, but he was in my platoon. He kind of. He was a peer, but he was also in about a year before me too. So he kind of was, showing a little bit of the ropes. He's like, Wagner, man, I swear by this. Whenever you're in a pinch, dude, just stick to the Trinity, man. Lie, deny, deceive at all times. I'm just like, Jesus Christ, that's what you're telling me here. That's the number one insight to give me as a Marine coming into this. Give me oh God, dude. Yeah, lie, deny, deceive at all times, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess it that math adds up for Connor Stallion. So
Yeah.
we're not all. I swear to God, we're not all like that. We're not all.
Wags, I keep lying. This is the last thing we'll talk about. I love college football so much. I don't know if you've seen this. This is why I wake up every day happy to do this job. So we have an all-time Texags post. This is the title of the Texags post. And by the way, the poster is Oklahoma Sooner Ag. The title, great news. Mateer will play versus Texas. Here's what the post says. Howdy, Ags. I have relevant news. Sooners quarterback John Mateer will play versus Texas. I was in Chipotle tonight in Norman, Oklahoma, and Mateer was in line in front of me. The tortilla presser asked Mateer how his hand is doing, and Mateer said, great. Mateer then said he is, quote, 100% going to play versus Texas. Here's to hoping Mateer leads the Sooners to shut out the Horns. Class of 2018, Boomer Sooner class of 2022. Now, Wags, it gets even better. We got a tweet. It says, the quote, tortilla presser is my youngest. He's a junior at OU, and his old man is Aggie class of 88. And if you're on audio only, attached below is a photo of the son, the tortilla presser with John Mateer. Texags broke John Mateer's probably playing versus OU, or is at least telling Chipotle employees that. It doesn't get better than this. The NBA, the NFL, they don't have jack shit on this. The MLB sure as hell doesn't either. Just love it. But anyway,
that's hardcore journalism right there.
Capital J journalism right there. But we're gonna get out of here. Thanks for we went late today.
Dude, I had fun time, man. Good conversation. It doesn't feel like work when it's a fun conversation.
Oh yeah. But I don't know what's up next. Or wait, now I do. He said it earlier. Up next, the voice of college football is previewing Texas, Florida, Texas Sports Unfiltered app. I will see you tomorrow with Nick Harris talking Cowboys, Texas football, college football, high school football from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Wags, are you and Rod back on the regular time?
Back to our regular schedule, man. And just a reminder, quick shout out. It is Locktober. Paramount Sports Lee Sterling will be on with the boys tomorrow. So get your picks ready and your questions ready and fired up and teed off.
Hey, I said it last week. Underdog, you can now do over-unders on spread, point totals, and money line. Your boy likes, I believe I had Mississippi State at plus 14.5 or minus 13.5.
We need to talk about them
They're playing A&M. They can cover versus A&M. A&M, like Auburn covered versus A&M. Mississippi State can too. They're going to catch them sleeping.
Yeah.
But I am also nervous because my money's
right. Hopefully they don't go to sleep, though. Hopefully they don't go back to the bottom of the SEC. All right, brother, I'm going to get out of here, man.
All good. Everyone who tuned in, appreciate y'all. We'll see you tomorrow.